Good morning. Buongiorno to everybody. Dear authorities, Your Excellencies, and distinguished colleagues, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this sixth meeting of our coordination mechanism in such an historical and beautiful parliament of the Italian Republic. As you know, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe strives to promote peace and stability across its 57 participating states through cooperative dialogue on a vast array of challenges. Countering terrorism and violent extremism is one of them. The recent terror attack in my home country, Turkey, the nation most impacted by terrorism within the entire OSCE region, was a painful reminder of the ongoing threat terrorism poses to our democratic societies. We must be loud and united in condemning all acts of terrorism in every form and manifestation, regardless of who commits them or where they occur. Terrorism is criminal, unjustifiable, and it should never be associated with any religion, nationality, ideology, or ethnic group. The OSCE Parliamentary Assembly remains steadfast in upholding these principles, as well as in its commitment to promote the rule of law and fundamental freedoms as we fight terrorism and terrorists. We are eager to share with you the insights that we have gained from our work since our last meeting in Istanbul in May, and we are grateful for the opportunity to hear about your experiences. The core of our work within the coordination mechanism is built on mutual respect, an exchange on equal footing, and a shared commitment to listen to and learn from one another. In this spirit, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to David Alamos Martinez and the whole team of UNOCT's Program Office on Parliamentary Engagement in Preventing and Countering Terrorism for their dedication and invaluable assistance. Similarly, I need to commend the International Secretariat of the OSCPA for its wise advice and critical support throughout the last 2 years of our presidency over this mechanism. To the members of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar, I would also like to express my deep appreciation for your unwavering support for the Program Office in Doha and for our shared work. Finally, I would like to sincerely thank our colleagues in the Italian Parliament for their outstanding work in organizing these meetings and for making history by being the first national parliament to officially host our mechanism. Dear colleagues, I look forward to today's discussions and exchange of valuable insights on the latest regional security trends. Sharing our perspectives in this content is crucial and critical, of course, to gain a more profound understanding of different local dynamics and of how these influence one another, as all our regions are interconnected. Later, we will also have the opportunity to explore with renowned experts the troubling interplay between terrorism and transnational organized crime. Deep diving into this complex nexus is key for more effectively tackling both phenomena, which increasingly feed on each other. This evil pact is something we should vigorously address, as the last thing we need is wicked terrorist ideals bonding with criminal networks' influence and resources. Finally, today we will exchange information regarding our implemented and planned activities, thus learning from our respective experiences and joining forces whenever possible. By the end of the day, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will officially hand over the presidency of this esteemed mechanism to a newly elected assembly. As we will do so, we will make a moment to reflect on our legacy after 2.5 years at the helm of this mechanism. Chairing this prestigious forum has been an honor, but also a responsibility that the OSCPA did not take light-hearted. A lot has been accomplished in these last 30 months, and I am very proud of where we stand today. We look forward to continuing this important journey with all of you, and I would like to thank you all. Thank you. And today, in this welcoming session, we have got very esteemed speakers, and I am very honored and privileged to announce them to produce their speeches. And in my list, the first one is Honorable Simonetta Matone, member of the Judicial Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies of Italian Parliament, and she is former magistrate. Now, I would like to give the floor to my honorable magister.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to see Rome hosting you on a beautiful day, giving the best of itself. I would like to start my short presentation saying that it's only apparently that terrorism and organized crime are distinct phenomena. In fact, well, terrorists have always raised money through illegal activities, and as we know, and I give you a very simple example, for example, drug trafficking. There are, for example, established financing mechanisms have always been used, and then money is reinvested. In fact, from an economic point of view, investments in drug trafficking is really very profitable on the basis of calculations made in Italy. And 10 euros invested in drug trafficking will give you 110. It is the most profitable investment in the world. Now, with the advent of artificial intelligence, the organized crime has not been affected because terrorist organizations and criminal organizations immediately seize any opportunity, and very often they are faster in seizing the opportunities coming from the world scenario. I give you a concrete example. Artificial intelligence can help common criminals and terrorists to operate anonymously by using deep fakes and also encrypted channels. In the past, we could decipher them, but no more. AI can help you find the best possible routes, the safest routes. It can automate the data collection, the analysis of data, and how weapons have to fire, and target-oriented, and also with lower labor costs by reducing labor expenditure, thus making the criminal system more efficient. So artificial intelligence facilitates communication channels by expanding to infinity the target of beneficiaries or the targets of cyber attacks or for propaganda purposes. I give you the example of a very well-known criminal organization because I was in the team of the General Prosecutor's Office of Rome. I'm referring to 'Ndrangheta, a Calabria-based mafia organization, but 10 families control the international trafficking of drugs around the world, and these are all from Calabria. So this criminal organization is able to hide and seize any opportunities coming from new technologies. It will suffice to mention the communication systems are the best possible means that prosecutors have to collect evidence. So if we talk a spoken drug, what is spoken drug? So, for example, you don't find any trace of the drugs, but we find a lot of traces in the communication system between and among criminals. So, using artificial intelligence in the sector has a disruptive effect, and so communications become impenetrable. For investigators. For example, there may be the risk of polluting or undermining the evidence that may be provoked by artificial intelligence, by falsifying witnesses, by influencing public opinion, by manipulating the markets. In turn, terrorism has shown its ability to master technologies. They're so good, and their main characteristics are propaganda, enrollment, training, self-training, radicalization, and then attacks, claiming attacks. Are the three macro areas identified by investigators of the link between terrorism, artificial intelligence, are first, cyber attacks with an incredible aggressive potential. They already well established. The use of AI is absolutely simple, and with an enormous multiplication of attack results. So we need prevention and security rather than investigations, because investigations are too late. So we need to prevent attacks. So sanctions are not sufficient, and the protection levels have to be adequate in terms of facts and rules up to the levels of threats. And then physical threats. So artificial intelligence, unfortunately, can become a multiplier through drones, vehicles, autonomous driving. So eliminating the risk of losing lives and eliminating the risk of being caught by investigators or police forces or other groups. I'm thinking, for example, of suicide attacks. Suicide attacks can be completely eliminated by artificial intelligence. And please allow me to make a personal observation. I've always thought that no Christian people, no Jewish people would actually explode themselves for ideological or religious purposes. And here is the true problem for attacks. People smile because, unfortunately, this is the case. And then we have political threats. So the risk of conditioning policymakers through deepfakes is really high. A concrete example is the destruction of the public image of an election candidate. So the fiercer the political competition, the higher the risk that artificial intelligence destroys the image of that particular candidate. So the multiplication of hate speeches, for example, modified videos that may have disruptive effects. So no following counter narrative can completely heal the effect of deepfakes. In fact, the experience has shown that when you debunk a deepfake, has the value of 1/10 with respect to the damage created. The online propaganda has been one of the greatest success stories of Islamic terrorism. Radicalization and technological evolution are the decisive contribution to success, the element that makes a difference in this war between us and them. So artificial intelligence is currently being used, and it will be even more used in the future. But as a magistrate and as a European citizen and as an Italian citizen, only in the framework of the rule of law we will be able to win this challenge. For example, in 2021, we set up the National Cybersecurity Agency to protect national interests. And our task is to implement this national strategy that was adopted by our Prime Minister. So we have a director of this agency, and this agency is fully operational now. But if we go back to a broader scenario, we have to observe that a powerful help to terrorism may come from the democratization of artificial intelligence. In fact, AI technologies are accessible to an immense audience because AI technologies are easy to use and they are not so expensive. Then there is another risk factor, the lack of specific rules. So now we have a bill submitted by the Italian government to fight against the misuse and criminal use of artificial intelligence. But this bill was conceived only as a set of constraints, a set of prohibitions. Instead, we need a broader approach to the problem. Last but not least is our dependence on technologies and interconnected structures or infrastructures. That is why cyber attacks can have terrible consequences. So terrorists can easily block entire cities or entire critical infrastructures. And of course, this has nothing to do with the enormous amount of expenses you had to incur in the past to do this. So now carrying out cyber attacks is much simpler now. So terrorist groups are very dynamic and they have low-cost now technologies. So we have to reflect upon this theme, not to be left unprepared. So what should we do? First of all, we need clear recommendations to police forces and institutions. We have to improve technical capabilities. We need to develop clear rules, and we must use AI technologies to combat these organizations that may use these technologies to their advantage. So this is what was said by Unicri. So artificial intelligence embodies an alarming duality because it can hamper human rights and fundamental freedoms. So each exploration of the universe of artificial intelligence has to be accompanied by efforts to avoid violating human rights for a series of circumstances, unwanted circumstances. I have been dealing with artificial intelligence. This is the third event in which I participate. And personally, but also on behalf of the party that elected me, I see that we have a great challenge But artificial intelligence, as already pointed out by the bill, should remain anthropocentric. So it should be centered on humans. It must be an instrument of progress. It must be at the service of humans and not the other way around. So we have to protect what we value the most as European citizens. So we are children from the Greek and Roman culture. We are children of the Renaissance. We're children of the French Revolution. And today, we must build a fortress, a bulwark of our civilization against this real and serious danger. It's a challenge, but we have to take up this challenge, and especially we have to win this challenge. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much for sharing with us your experience and knowledge associated with each other, as you used to be a magistrate of, justice. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Isa bin Arar Al-Rumahi, member of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Scusa, ma non c'è.
We need translation.
Yes.
We don't have translation, just one second.
The translator is getting prepared.
Yes, now it's working. Before starting with my speech, I would like to tackle a topic that has to do with the definition of Islamic terrorism. I mean, terrorism has no religion. It could be Muslim or any other type of terrorism. It has no religion. So I'm very happy to take the floor here in this parliamentary meeting that is so important and that is also embodying our commitment to hate terrorism and strengthen peace and international security. This commission has to focus on how to tackle the dangers at international level in terms of terrorism and organized crimes, because organized crime and terrorism have become more complex after the technological revolutions or developments. It is not just a question of security, but it is a wider responsibility that requires efforts from the legislative point of view, but also from the educational point of view, and at the level of the state and also at the level of the regional authorities and international level. The Qatar state is committed to strengthen these efforts. We know very well how important the international cooperation is to face this phenomenon. Qatar, the state of Qatar, under the lead of the Sheikh Mohammed II, is strong in its international and national policies aimed at creating a more stable world and safer world for each and everyone. And we started from here to create a model on how it is possible to counteract terrorism through efforts and specific initiatives. In Doha, we have the Office of the United Nations to tackle terrorism, and to strengthen the work of parliaments, also through the technical support and and regulatory frameworks that could be consistent with one another among the different countries. So the state of Qatar has produced a complete legislative system to fight against terrorism and its financing tools. So we are working on transparency, and we are working to fight against the exploitation of financial systems such as cryptocurrencies. The state of Qatar is participating in all international events and at every table of the United Nations and Islamic organizations to define also the basic principles to fight against terrorism at world level. So we have to go back and reflect on these principles. We have to discuss together with the decision makers about all that. You know, fighting terrorism do require an analysis of the roots of this phenomenon, and therefore it goes also through the economic development in areas that are affected by terrorism. We have to work with the young people to fight the extremist thinking and widespread a culture of peace and understanding. The Council of Shura is participating at all international local levels for awareness-raising campaigns, and so we are also working to see how to use most of the experiences that have been done and use them as the basis for our work. Fighting against terrorism is a responsibility that we have to share. It is not something that a single party can do. So we have to work hand in hand, also through international cooperation. We have to make our best efforts to support all the initiatives that will take away resources to terrorism. And so I hope that these working days could be fruitful for everyone.
For your opening a new window to tackling terrorism as a whole. And now, as we are far behind again, as yesterday, the scheduled time, I think we should take the momentum a bit further. And I would like, before giving the floor to the next session, we are supposed to have a very good family picture, group photo, or we did yesterday, that's why we don't need to take today. David, what do you think?
No, we can have the no, you have voglia.
I can give the remarks. You know, I know.
Then the group picture after.
Yes, so group picture is going to be on agenda now.
Yeah,
there. Yes. You see, David is so eager, you know, he's excited that as if I am going to skip him. Now I would like to give the floor to David. Yes, everybody knows him anyway. Yes, David, we are very eager to hear very good things from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I promise we will catch up again on the time in the next session, so that we are finishing as yesterday, right on time, or maybe just like 10 minutes.
But thank you for your consideration.
So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable participants, good morning. It is my great pleasure also to welcome you to the 6th meeting of the Counterterrorism Coordination Mechanism. Over the last 3 years, this initiative has grown into a dynamic and impactful platform, uniting parliamentary assemblies, government officials, experts, and researchers from across the world. Together, we address the pressing challenges posed by terrorism and violent extremism, aiming to foster peace and security at the national, regional, and global levels through collaborative approaches and shared solutions. Reflecting on our journey, our first meeting in December 2021 saw the participation of 9 parliamentary assemblies. Since then, This mechanism has expanded significantly. Today, we are proud to have 18 assemblies from Asia, Africa, Europe, the MENA region, and Latin America, regularly participating in the work of this mechanism. This growth is a testament to the shared commitment to addressing the evolving threats of terrorism and violent extremism. Excellencies, I would like to warmly acknowledge the parliamentary assemblies represented here today, both in person and, as you know, also virtually. Their continued dedication underscores the importance of this mechanism as a hub for collaboration and knowledge exchange. Let me take just a brief moment to recognize these parliamentary assemblies present here and also virtually, in-person participants or participating assemblies. We have the honor to count on the Arab Parliament, the African Parliamentary Union, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Parliamentary Assembly of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, the Parliamentary Union of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Member States, Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, and the Parliamentary Assembly of Turkish States. Online, we count on the participation of the European Parliament and the Interparliamentary Assembly of Member Nations of the Commonwealth of Independent States. I also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed experts, whose invaluable insights and contribution enrich our discussions. Today, we are privileged to hear from representatives of leading organizations, including the Institute of Economic and Peace, the Arab Center for Counterterrorism and Extremist Ideology, the Ad hoc Committee on Counterterrorism of the OSCE, the Italian Parliament, and our dear colleagues from UNOCT's Global Program on Countering the Financing of Terrorism and Countering Terrorist Use of Weapons. Their expertise will undoubtedly provide us with valuable perspective on addressing terrorist and violent extremism. Honorable participants, allow me now to briefly outline today's agendas and the objective. In greater detail, the meeting is structured to provide both a platform for sharing knowledge and a space for developing actionable outcomes. We will begin the session by reviewing and discussing ongoing regional trends related to terrorism and violent extremism. This session will provide an overview of the latest developments and challenges, offering a basis for our subsequent discussions. Subsequently, we will engage in the thematic discussions, which will be focused on the nexus between transnational organized crime and terrorism, as it was said before. And this increasingly, indeed, interconnecting threat requires nuanced understanding and cooperative strategies. Then, in session 3, the participating parliamentary assemblies will share updates on their implemented and planned activities, fostering a rich exchange of experiences and best practices. And additionally, we will have the chance to share with you the latest activities and the initiatives we have developed from the last coordination meeting and the work plan that is envisaged for the time being for the next year. And in the session 4, we will turn to the governance of the mechanism itself, reviewing the term of references and electing a new presidency. Let me, at this point, express my gratitude to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Honorable Aydin, thank you very much for these 2 years of excellent presidency of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, and for the constant and always precise and relevant collaboration with the Secretariat of the OSCE-PA. This process of electing a new presidency ensures that the mechanism remains adaptive and well-governed. Finally, our meeting will conclude with a synthesis of key takeaways, decisions, and recommendations, laying the groundwork for the future endeavors. This agenda is both ambitious and comprehensive, reflecting the complexity of the issues we aim to address. I'm confident that through collaborative dialogue and focused deliberation, we will generate innovative ideas and actionable solutions. Beyond the formal agenda, I encourage all participants to take advantage of this unique opportunity to connect with colleagues and counterparts from various parliamentary assemblies and parliaments and experts. As we embark on this important meeting, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have made this event possible. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Shura Council of the State of Qatar for their invaluable support to this program. Their contribution has been instrumental in advancing our shared objectives. I wish also to extend our deepest thanks to the Italian Parliament, Honorable Simonetta Matone, thank you very much, for their exceptional hospitality and unwavering support. Hosting this meeting in this historic city of Rome not only provides a fitting backdrop for our deliberation, but also exemplifies the spirit of collaboration and unity needed to address global challenges. And of course, a special thanks to the Presidency of the Chair of the Mechanism, again, the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE EPA, for all the support. In closing, I wish us all a productive and engaging day of discussion. May our deliberation lead to innovative ideas, strengthen partnership, and concrete outcomes that further our collective goals in countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your heartfelt and very generous compliments and considerations for any group, anybody else. And you have been always very, aiding and helpful, and we would like to thank you as well. And before me, I think Dr. Lopatka used to be the president of this mechanism, and I've done nothing, So when we look back for the 30 months, we see that, he did very well, and I would like to thank him as well on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just before closing the session, I would like to wrap up in a few words of this session. Yesterday I used a metaphor in order to describe this coordination mechanism, and I used as a family. We consider, when I look around me, I see as a kind of rich family with different colors, with different, dresses, with different, let's say, maybe ideas. But still, it is the riches of this group. And in the light of what I have heard from my distinguished, esteemed speakers, once more, I learned that I think we should tackle terrorism wherever, whenever, whoever it takes place. And yes, we have got the information, as Madam Magistrate has already shared with us the experience, how to tackle in any sense. And the Excellency from the Shura member, he said, we should be very careful in terms of, let's say, naming of the terrorist groups, because they are so vicious, they are so malicious, they make use of any kind of values and terms which we respect, such as democracy, human rights, peace, solidarity, and some religious concepts as well, such as, this terrorism, that terrorism. I don't want to use that Islamic terrorism, because Islam solely means peace. So we should be very careful to tackle with them. If they harm anybody else, they are nothing. They are, I think, the enemies and malicious figures to combat against. Thank you. And I would like to close the session. And now we are going to have a picture. We are going to have a group photo. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Can we keep it short? Coffee break now? No.
Recording in progress.
I'm your assistant, please.
Yeah, super, thanks. No, because normally it's David who gives me the... Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again, Your Excellencies, honorable participants. Thank you for joining us for this session. For those of you who were not here yesterday, my name is Marco Bonabello and I work for the OSCPA International Secretariat as Senior Advisor. I'm delighted to welcome you once again as we continue with our 6th coordination meeting by exchanging views on regional counter-terrorism trends. As it was the case in our previous coordination meetings, the aim of this session is to deepen our understanding of emerging threats across all our regions. This exercise is critical as we can only confront what we know. Hence, the need to remain always abreast of various developments and challenges, which can vary significantly from country to country and region to region. After we hear from our distinguished expert guests, whom I'm delighted to welcome around me, I encourage interested assemblies to share their assessments as well with us. So, to deep dive in our panel, I'm delighted now to give the floor to a remarkable politician with whom I've had the privilege of working closely in my assembly for a considerable amount of time. On my right, Honourable Dr. Reinhold Lopatka, Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and Member of the European Parliament, and Head of the Delegation for Relations with the Arab Peninsula. Before Honourable Lopatka was elected to serve as a member of the European Parliament, he served also as member of the Austrian National Council, where he chaired the Committee on EU Affairs, and served as a State Secretary in 3 ministries: Federal Chancellery, Minister of Finance, and Minister of European and International Affairs. From 2020 until 2024, Honourable Lopatka was chairing our OSCPA ad hoc committee on countering terrorism, in which capacity he was also presiding over this esteemed coordination mechanism of parliamentary assemblies for 2 years. Reinhold, it's always a pleasure to see you and work with you. Thank you in advance for bringing a strong European perspective into our discussions. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Marco, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, let me start with this. When I'm sitting here, I want to be focused on the European region. Europe is in a different position as it was some years before. On 24th February, we will be marking the 3rd year of the war in Ukraine. And since the 7th of October 2023, we have faced a severe crisis in Gaza. Also, these wars should be viewed, of course, primarily as conventional conflicts. They have also strong implications for counterterrorism. Firstly, because the public focus on these issues is so strong that it's not anymore in a strong way on countering terrorism. Secondly, Europe sees Hamas and the Hezbollah and also Houthis fighting against Israel as terrorist organizations. And thirdly, in 2024, we have witnessed the continuance of cross-border and more comprehensive transnational links of terror networks, highlighting the necessity for a comprehensive and coordinated response. And we have seen ISIS and affiliated groups still remain globally active. Of course, the methods have shifted. In Europe, in the last year, we have seen lone actors and using light weaponry. And recently, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, which was set up under a different name, Jabhat al-Nusra, in 2011, as a direct affiliate of the Al-Qaeda, is now in Syria as strong as we have not fought before. So what I want to say is this is one part of the terrorist field. Another one is, of course, we have this right-wing extremism and male supremacist attacks. These attacks are often associated with anti-government and anti-democratic ideologies. These groups get stronger through the corona time. And they have also, on the right side of our society, a strong support. What all of these groups have in common, They are using these new technologies, which was in the center of the discussions yesterday. Artificial intelligence is one of these fields. So we have to recognize also that in Afghanistan, the Taliban government is prohibiting primary school education for girls, depriving the rights of Afghan women and girls. On the one side, on the other side, we have information that drug production in Afghanistan is rising, of course, a source to finance terrorist activities. So, having said that, what is the response on the European side? Most of the work is done on the national level, but the European Union itself has also a counter-terrorism agenda, which was introduced in 2020 as a part of the holistic EU security union strategy. The agenda integrates existing and new standards to foster a comprehensive approach combating terrorism, as I said, at the national level, at the level of EU, and we work close with the United Nations because we see the United Nations here in a lead position, and also the European Union, of course, is supporting UN resolutions. And on the European level, it is guided by 4 fundamental principles: anticipate, prevent, protect, and respond, all while upholding the framework of human rights and our fundamental principles in the European Union. Freedom is here in the center, personal freedom, security and justice. It is crucial that every individual can have confidence that their freedoms are safeguarded and their security is guaranteed. The EU threats for our tolerant societies, we see these threats. And a tolerant society has to invest in a culture of tolerance through education. So we see education as a very important point. And then through our legislation to protect these values. But what do we see also within the European Union? We observe more and more intolerance, also intolerance against minorities, intolerance in some parts against Muslim people, in other parts against Jewish people. We have to see this. And we see also discrimination here. And this intolerance affects the quality of life. It divides our countries, it divides our societies, and it generates conflicts. So parliamentarians in their work have to have this concept of tolerance, which is important. And on the other side, we should not be tolerant against the intolerance. Here, we have to criminalize hate crimes, hate speech. And this fight is a long-lasting, because these new technologies are a big support for all these terrorist groups, for violent extremism. And the radicalization of young people has to be seen. And as I mentioned, so here we want really to start with education. We see education as the key to promoting tolerance, and therefore we start. I see religious beliefs as positive, absolutely, such as those practiced by Christians, by Muslims, by Jews. They are based on the principle that all humans are equal. But what we are seeing today and witnessing is the opposite phenomenon, the misuse of religion by terrorists. And here the critical issue has been widely discussed within our meetings. And I think it's very important to discuss these issues also in very fragile regions like we did it in the Sahel and with the support of the Parliamentary Assembly of the African Union. So I want to finish with 3 points where we are working on the European level, and as I mentioned, most of the work is still done on the national level, but with a guidance of the European Union and having always in mind the resolutions of the United Nations. We see a comprehensive approach. It is necessary that the executive, legislative and the judicial branches have to collaborate effectively to create strong structures in the fight against terrorism based on inclusiveness, representation and participation of the entire society. And parliamentarians have not only to be focused on legislation, they have also to be focused on the involvement of the civil society, on the involvement of religious leaders, for example, especially where the structures of the states are so weak, as I have seen it in the Sahel, to mention it again. And secondly, international parliamentary forums like ours today can facilitate the exchange of lessons learned in different countries, in different fields of fighting terrorism, and encourages each other in this engagement. And the third point, the most important thing is to empower young people. Young people are misused by terrorists more than other people of our society. And here it is so important to give young people a real perspective. And if we can manage this, this is for me the world's most important asset in peace building and having an optimistic view of our future. So last sentence, of course we are facing a lot of problems and challenges. Only to mention it with one word, because it was in the last 5 years the top priority on the agenda of the European Union, the so-called Green Deal, seeing all the problems with climate change, having in mind the war in Ukraine, having in mind what is ongoing with the poor people in Gaza after this terrorist attack by Hamas on the 7th of October, which was the start for this horror for the people there. Here we have to do what we can to keep our fight against terrorism, against hate speech, against all this what is around at the beginning of a terrorist attack, dividing societies. We have to work in the opposite direction for a tolerant and an open society, not only in Europe. We have to do it from our point of view around the globe, and I'm really thankful, and I want to finish with this, that the support of Shura Council was so strong, of Shura Council of Qatar, that we could start with this work, and I'm happy that we have already today the 6th meeting of this coordination mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Reinhold, for sharing your wisdom, knowledge, and experience with all of us. Listening to you is always very enlightening. And of course, at the CCT, I think I'm sharing the message of our chair, of new chair. We're very happy to build on your legacy there. But also thank you for highlighting many of the hot spots in which the European Union and at the European level where you are and we also, as OSCE, are working on. And also to stressing how this crisis is closely then connected to terrorism, violent extremism, and radicalization, and also how it is important to match the counter-terrorism efforts so the law enforcement efforts, the investigative efforts, also with preventive efforts involving youth, involving building resilience in our societies, and also, of course, promoting synergies among parliamentarians and entities in forums such as this one. I think is very important, and you played an excellent role in building this network. So thank you again. Our next speaker is Dr. Ashraf Abdelaziz, political advisor to the President of the Arab Parliament and Director of the Arab Center for Counter-Terrorist and Extremist Ideology. Welcome. With a PhD in political science from Cairo University, Dr. Abdelaziz has extensive background in parliamentary affairs and strategic studies. He has received advanced training and fellowships in counterterrorism and national security, and was honored with the Parliamentary Excellence Award from the Arab Interparliamentary Union. A prolific writer and speaker, he has authored 2 books, co-authored 4 others, and published over 30 studies on strategic issues. Dr. Abdelaziz, we very much look forward to hearing your insights. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay.
I think we have the wrong presentation, so if we could change the presentation, unless...
Or you have to change the speaker.
Or we have to change the speaker, yes. No, but after this long introduction, I would rather try to change the presentation first. But our IT people are helping us, so I'm sure. There it is.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا. أود في البداية طبعا أشكر مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب على.
Well, good morning. Thank you. I would like to thank Oshe for inviting me. It is a great honor. I repeat, I would like to thank Oshe for inviting me to participate in this meeting that has a very great political importance. I will not deal directly with the challenges of terrorism in our area, but I would like to focus on the tools made available by the Arab Parliament to counteract terrorism. And this has to do with the Center for Counterterrorism and to contrast also extremist thinking that has been produced by the European Parliament. The Arab Parliament wanted the creation of this center. So we will talk about 3 important things: the establishment of this Arab Center for Counterterrorism, the current areas of the center's work, and future projects. The objective of this center is to reach, thanks to the collaboration with other colleagues, to the improvement of the efforts for the contrast to terrorism. So this center was established upon the consideration of the importance to fight against terrorism and the role the parliaments must have down to there. So we talk about 4 main points that have to do with the with the engagements of Arab parliaments. One is the legislative and technical aspect, providing the necessary technical and legislative support to Arab parliamentarians in countering terrorism and extremist thinking, and preparing also some guidelines to help in the preparation of legislative or judicial frameworks. This center has also prepared a first draft of a unitarian law for the Arab parliaments to counteract terrorism and extremist thinking, and we are starting the text of this letter, which of this law, which will be then sent to the Arab parliaments. For the nature of our center, we are a tool to connect the various parliaments and the transnational organizations that are countering terrorism. And we also work as a connection center for the United Nations. In terms of training, we have opened a specialized center, which is called Center for Arab Parliamentary Democracy, and here we have courses that have to do related to counterterrorism for the Arab parliamentarians, and we make reference to specialists within and outside the Arab world. We have also a research center that prepares an assessment of the various situations, prepares working papers and reports on terrorism situation in the Arab world. Here too, our objective is to support the work of the Arab Parliament. When we talk about the pillars of our center to counter terrorism, I mean, apart from all the 4 pillars that we have mentioned up to now, we are trying to implement MOUs with the United Nations and the other Arab parliaments. We have at the time, we have now 6 MOU. The first one signed with UNODC, that is the Organization of the United Nations to counter terrorism and drug trafficking. This was signed in Cairo. It is an action plan that is quite complex, the one we have signed with them. I mean, the joint action plan between the Arab Parliament and the Terrorism Prevention Branch of the United Nations Office. We know the commitment, the engagement of the Arab parliamentarians to implement effectively these agreements. And then there is an agreement dating back to November 2021 between the Arab Parliament and the Interparliamentary Union. In this agreement too, we have we want to create an Arab copy of the work to counter terrorism, to help parliaments to counter terrorism. This does not only help the 22 Arab-speaking countries, but we're talking about the millions of people that speak Arabic in the world. And so we have also another MOU with the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism and the European Parliament. This agreement with the European Parliament will be signed in the next future. The Arab Parliament is also engaged in the Sahel initiative together with transnational organizations of the Mediterranean and other organizations aimed at supporting and coordinating the efforts to counter terrorism in the Sahel region of Africa. We are making a lot of efforts to involve the parliamentarians. So we're talking about 4 organizations in the Sahel initiative, as you have seen on the screen. Now, the third front on which we're working is the one of future projects. Law projects that could be shared. The first one is the preparation of a unified Arab law on supporting victims of terrorism. One of our main objectives is to create unitarian laws, harmonize the laws among the Arab parliaments and update national legislations for that. And this for 2 main reasons. The victims of terrorism are the group with less attention and support in counter-terrorism policies. And at the level of Arab states, we do not have national laws to support victims of terrorism except in 4 countries. So as a consequence of all that, we have to help the other Arab countries to update their laws and produce new laws from this point of view. We have a model for a unified Arab law on supporting victims of terrorism, and this model has been presented to the UNICRI and UNODC also through 6 meetings, 6 coordination meetings, but we as Arab Parliament, we cannot clearly implement a law if it is not rooted at a local level, if it is not ratified by local parliaments. We are trying to get a unified law that could take into consideration any cultural context. The second point is the Arab Terrorism Index. In this moment, we have a gap in this matter. As information is concerned, our center is trying to produce a report every year on the terrorist activities in the Arab region. And we try to study these activities so to see how also laws are developed in the counterterrorism domain, so to see which impact they may have in reality. And then we have the third project, which is the way of addressing non-traditional threats of terrorism. This is done through an early warning system. We are analyzing terrorism and artificial intelligence, as it has been said here yesterday. Both domains are evolving, and this is artificial intelligence is a danger, could be a danger of a non-traditional way. And then there is nuclear terrorism, which is a non-conventional terrorism. It is very difficult that terrorist organizations could carry out a nuclear attack, but this scenario has become more realistic today than it was in the past. And this is also said by the UN Office for the Control of Atomic Energy, which, it says that this is a scenario that is catastrophic and dangerous. However, work and international efforts are focused on creating a legislative system which could be strong and able to counter also nuclear terrorism. I believe that our Center Against Terrorism and Extremist Thinking could have a fundamental role in this. And I would like also to thank the organizations of the United Nations that fight against terrorism. We are looking ahead for future meetings that would focus on nuclear terrorism too. I do not want to take more of your time. I would like, however, to extend our sincere thanks and gratitude to the United Nations Office, the Osce and UNICRI for their work.
Abdelaziz, for sharing these insights, and also congratulations on the important work that your center is doing. I think it's very important to have such type of research centers and focus on terrorism in all our regions. And of course, we look forward to cooperating with you also in the future, as your region is very also important for the OSCE being so close to us. At this point, just a technical note: if you want to participate or contribute to the discussion that will happen immediately after we hear our third expert, please feel free to register now. Put your name tag vertically so that my colleague David can note down all the names, and then we can have a meaningful debate. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will introduce now our third very important keynote speaker, Mr. Serge Strubans. I suppose, yes, sorry, apologize if I read it incorrectly. Director for Europe and MENA region in the very famous Institute for Economics and Peace, a leading global think tank which issues informative security reports, including the very well-known and highly referenced Global Terrorist Index. Thank you very much, because we all make very much use of your index in our policy making and informing our policy making. Mr. Trubans is a visiting professor at the International Relations at the Riga Graduate School of Law and Blanquerna University in Barcelona, teaching courses on peace and security and on global terrorism and radicalization. He's also a senior visiting fellow at the Irish College of the KU Leuven and the Global Governance Institute, and a senior associate at the European Institute for Asian Studies and the Global Institute of Cybersecurity Technologies. Notably, Mr. Strubans served also as an expert for the parliamentary commissions on the impact of terrorism both in France after the 13 November 2015 Paris attacks and in Belgium after the attacks in Brussels in 2016. And we had the chance to actually experience and talk in our assembly with those commissions, and they did actually a very useful work and shows how also parliaments can be directly involved in this effort. So, Mr. Strubans, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you to UNOCT and the other organizers for, first of all, organizing this this meeting today, and for your permanent confidence and trust, not only in the production of our research team or indexes, but also in collaborating with the Institute for Economics and Peace, and basically working hard on making sure that what we wrote down in the MOU, which is uniting us, is executing on a daily basis. Thank you also for the other panelists who basically always work together, friends, and Mr. Lopatka, I need to tell you that offices in Sydney, there is a picture of you waving with a global terrorism index. At the conference in Algiers a couple of years ago, you're the best promoter of our work, so thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to do now in the next 10 minutes is talk to you about the Global Terrorism Index 2024, which is basically measuring the impact of terrorism based on the data sets or the data that we could put together in 2023. So first of all, the Institute for Economics and Peace, as I just said, is an Australian think tank with a global outreach. And what we do is basically measuring, quantifying peace, and by doing so, making it tangible and actionable. We also identify the benefits of a more peaceful situation, which come in various forms. Most of them, economic indicators, are all going up, but we also see high levels of well-being, happiness, and definitely also resilience. Also resilience to address the impact of terrorism in different countries, and we engage a lot, not only through our research and the production of this Global Terrorism Index, but we also engage a lot in training, making sure that, when we talk about positive peace, we can help people create a more stable and a more peaceful societies, and make the work of recruiters and radicalizers and terrorists much more difficult in trying to influence youth, influence people to come and join basically their groups. Not later than last week, I was active in the university office in Rabat, addressing the Moroccan security services who are dealing at the moment with the reintegration and reinsertion of Moroccan combatants coming back from the Islamic State into the Moroccan society. So that's what we do at the Institute for Economics and Peace. So first of all, what is the Global Terrorism Index? So we have to start and try to produce a definition which we try to keep as general as possible. So the focus there lies really on non-state actors. So we're only looking at the actions of non-state actors using violence in the terrorist environment, which means making a point based on politics, religion, economics, or whatever to basically influence government. So it stays as generic as possible. This also allows an organization called Dragonfly, which is the former risk advisory group in London, to put together a terrorism tracker. That's the database we use. We push that through the filter of those 4 indicators, so the number of incidents, injuries, death, and hostages, all with a different weight in the evaluation. What we also try to do by keeping half of the previous value for a period of 5 years is the longer-term impact of terrorist attacks, or the psychological impact of terrorist attacks. Of course, we do our work as statisticians, and we bring into that social economic indicators, and this is how we create the Global Terrorism Index every year. So let's have a look at some of the results. So that's a map that you can access on our website, which is called visionofhumanity.org, and this map is already showing you color-wise where I would say the impact is the largest. On our website, this is an interactive map, so you can click on each of the countries for those who are interested in doing some research or having more information about what's happening in those countries or regions, and you can access all the data available which help us to create the index. So that's really interesting to also use this map. What we have seen is that last year, so the data collected last year is showing us that we are now at the highest level of impact since the peak in 2017. So that's really interesting to see, and I will show you on a graph the evolution of that in a minute. We expected, when we put this together, so this has been presented in March of this year, we expected 2024 to be worse. Now at the end of 2024, we can already tell you it's going to be worse. So the 2025 Global Terrorism Index is going to show the continuous trend that we have been seeing for a couple of years now. Even without the Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7 last year, we would still have seen an increase by 5% of the impact of terrorism globally. And of course, we can consider, because this was the most major terrorist attack last year, we can consider this as almost being an outbound data, because we do not expect it, or we hope not to see this every year. So therefore, if we take it out, you would still have seen an increase by 5% last year. The epicenter of terrorism has now firmly moved from the MENA region to the Sahel. So the figures are really showing this. And that's not, that's not just people from the Middle East traveling to the Sahel. That's not what happens, right? It's really some endemic forms of terrorism in the Sahel, who of course got exacerbated by the presence and the knowledge online and in the Sahel by other people really taking over I would say, the inefficiency of some governments, or the lack of governance in those countries, and basically providing those public goods to people, getting a foot on the ground and getting the influence, violent influence in this part of the region. By contrast to that, we see that in the Western democracies, so in the Western world, we are the lowest level of impact in 15 years. So if we continue, we can clearly see there that there is a fall in the number of attacks, but there is an increase in the number of casualties, as you can see on the slide. So this is meaning that terrorist attacks are becoming much more lethal, or I don't like the term effective, but that's almost the adjective that you need to use when you look at, fewer attacks but more casualties. So more casualties per attack. That's definitely a result of last year. And we can clearly see a drop also in the number of countries who recorded either an attack or a casualty last year. This is the top 10 of the Global Terrorism Index 2024. For the first time, it's neither Iraq or Afghanistan which is, I would say, on top of this index. So we clearly see countries of the Sahel. And when I say countries of the Sahel, it's basically three countries. It's Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, who are there in this top 10 of the Global Terrorism Index. And even if I say those three countries, actually I need to go inside the countries and really look at friction zones, either the border regions, or I would say borders between ethnic groups or administrative entities. It's really at those friction zones that the terrorism is really impacting, in collaboration almost, or in coordination with other forms of strategic factors, influencing peace and security, which all intersect in the same geolocation. So at the Institute, we have this capacity to go 1 or 2 levels under the national level and to geolocate every data point that we are using. So this is really showing us a concentration within those countries and at the intersection with other factors influencing peace and security. This is showing you this concentration of the impact of terrorism in basically up 10 to 15 countries. So we see that in the 5 countries most impacted, and I think Burkina Faso is really the example where we have a huge increase. We see an increase by 66%, so 2/3 more in only 5 countries, while in the rest of the world we see a decrease by 14%. So if we say that the impact of terrorism is larger in the past year, this is really linked to the top 5 or top 10 countries of the Global Terrorism Index. This is showing you the top 10 of the Global Terrorism Index, and you see that 80% of all terrorist attacks, 80% of the impact is only occurring in the top 10. If you open that to 15 or 20 countries, you're almost 100%. You always will notice that this is 100%. So really geographically concentrated, the impact is really geographically concentrated. If we open a time window and look at trends in terrorism, that's the famous graph I spoke about before. First of all, what you see there is the lower, I would say, part of the graph, this gray color there, is telling you that whatever is happening in very specific regions and countries, you will always have a residual impact of terrorism, which is basically not really evolving according to what's happening in specific regions or countries. The other thing that this is telling you is basically since the peak in 2014, 15, 16, which basically coincides with the start of security crashes, both in northeastern Nigeria and against the Daesh in Syria and Iraq, what you see there is the emergence of the Sahel region, but what you also see there are those trends. So you see an increased level of the impact until 14, 15, 16, security crash over there, a steep decrease for 3 years, a plateau for 3 years, and now in the past 2 years, and as I said, it's confirmed for this year, we see an increase again of the impact of terrorism. And as you said, Mr. Lopatka, with what's happening throughout the world, but definitely in the past week in Syria, and I was going to say in Iraq, which might be the next country to face again I would say the thorn of terrorism, what we see there is that this trend is going to be continued and aggravated. I think maybe if you need to take away one main message from me, apart from those figures and from the impact, security crushes are working. This graph is showing clearly that after you exercise security, basically after you exercise violence to counter violence, well, you see the figures going down. But what you also see there is that the security impact cannot be maintained forever. And so every time Boko Haram is, I mean, the impact of Boko Haram is even showing this much better, because this is really going up and down all the time. The point I'm trying to make is that at some point you will have to release the security impact. But if in the time of the security impact, if you do not change the premises of the societies, the guys who were the bad guys before, who have slept for a couple of years, will just start again. And that's exactly what we're saying in Syria at the moment. So the message from our side, security is necessary because you need to address violence and you need to contain violence. But at the same time, you need to produce the efforts to take away basically the fertile soil for radicalization, for recruitment and for terrorism in the societies in which you intervene. And I think for me that's the most important message I want to bring across today. If we focus, and please remember, lowest level in 15 years, if we focused on the West, what we see there, and I don't like those terms, religious terrorism or political terrorism, because that's definitely not a good definition of what's happening in those different countries. When we look at the Western countries, what we see there is that the religious forms of terrorism are really at the lowest level ever in our countries. Let's see what's happening in the coming years when you see an increase again in the Middle East. But it's the political forms of terrorism, far left, far right, who are impacting us in the Western society. So it's 5 times more political impact than religious impact. And within the political forms of terrorism, it's 3 times more far left than far right. The problem is when you look at, you know, I would say the Salafist jihadists impact and the far right impact, those guys like to create victims. The far left side is not doing this. It's basically in their modus operandi. You don't see victims, just permanent disruption, permanent attention, attack to processes and infrastructure. The danger is to not see this, and when I'm talking about far-left terrorism, I'm also talking about some form of eco-terrorism. The problem is, because it's for a good cause, doesn't justify the use of violence. I want to be very clear about this. We might think that, of course, we need to do something about climate. Of course, we need to do something about socio-economic conditions of our populations, but not through violence. Violence cannot be the solution. And, you know, because you can start arguing about the definition of violence that they are using, you might see this maybe as activism or other forms. I'm very sorry, but when you apply the definition, when you start using violence to make a political point or whatever, you are in the middle of the definition of terrorism. And I would say that the danger is really in the message, because those people are going to tell you, there is so much pressure, we're going to die tomorrow because the planet is going to disappear and there's no planet B, which is right? But by doing this, you put a sense of urgency. And then the same people are going to tell you, by the way, don't engage with governments because they're not listening to you. And if they tell you they're going to do something, at the end of the day, they don't do anything. So basically, what they are doing is taking you straight to the decision point to start using violence. I would say overlapping your potential for legal and democratic tools to influence the governments. So that's really important to realize that what's happening there. If we look at the Sahel, and that's basically the last part of my presentation, so we can clearly see now that it's much more impacted at the moment than the MENA region as it was before. Of course, Israel and Gaza, the Palestinian state that we see there is, of course, with this outbound data of the 7th of October, is red on the map. As I said, it's not the entire country, it's really those geolocation in which it's important. You can clearly see that countries emerging, Burkina Faso at the moment, most, together with Mali, most impacted and with the biggest increase. A last point, we also did research this year on organized crime and terrorism across the world. You can clearly see the connection about this, and when you focus on the Sahel, you can clearly see that one is feeding the others, and that basically it's the same people being part of different organizations. I would say they have like part-time jobs. 50% of their time they just work for criminal organization, and on the other 50% of the crime they just act for a terrorist organization, one feeding the other and creating the conditions of success for the other. So thank you very much again for having the Institute for Economics and Peace. And when I look around, I cannot see another research center except yours. But so thank you very much for your confidence and the trust in the research we are producing. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Strubans. I don't think we have much left to discuss. I mean, you covered it basically all. No, I'm kidding, but it was very, very. I mean, while we all know your reports, it's interesting to hear also your analysis of it and your overview. And I think that clearly this also will pave the way to our discussion, because you also touch upon different regions, including, of course, the focus on the Sahel as one of the most affected regions right now. But I thought it was also interesting to hear your read your interpretation of the data of like left and right, the difference between the left and right political terrorism in the West. I think it's also quite interesting and telling. Different goals, objective, different also instruments and different results in a way of at least the damage that they're creating to our society. So with this, I will now move to our debate. We will have the possibility to intervene and contribute, all parliamentary assemblies and also different speakers. The point is to try to limit a bit your remarks so that we have the possibility to hear everyone. We have already like 10 speakers on the list, so I would encourage all of you to stick to your 3-4 minutes time so that we can actually hear everyone and maybe also have some final words with our guest speakers. So the first speaker on my list is Honorable Marietta Caramalli from Pace. Pace, you have the floor, madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie encore pour cette très intéressante table ronde qu'on vient d'avoir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you very much for this round table, which has been very interesting. And very quickly, I would like to say a few things. And comment on what has been said. I would like to comment something on what my colleague said, who spoke about the European Union, Mr. Raymond Lebapka, that has contributed to the mechanism previously, and I thank him very much for all the work he has done together with the office. I would like to say something on I would like to talk about how we can act and which tools we can develop in the different structures, the European Union, the Council of Europe, etc. I would like to see which tools we can develop for digital services. Yesterday we mentioned algorithms, but today we have some tools such as the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act that are two important texts, documents of the European Union, and could be useful and stress this will to fight against the superpower of some non-European actors that dominate these digital tools and cannot curb these online drifts that we have. And so these two important acts now force the suppliers to take further measures to fight against illicit content, contents based on hatred, etc. So which are the next acts that are foreseen? I see that before 2027 a review has to be done. Perhaps we can integrate it with what France has done, that has been adopted for screen dependence, and give responsibility to platforms, forces them to act, force them to act. And also, we could integrate our activities with what we are doing about this same thing with the Council of Europe on the state of law, human rights and democracy. We are about to prepare that. And then the last work that has been carried out for the fight against terrorism and victims of terrorism, which I have the honor of representing and being the spokesperson together with the Council of Europe. We have to update our position on all these issues. So we are doing that at the level of the Council of Europe. We have done it 15 years ago in a discussion with the UN Office for Counterterrorism. So at the level of European Union, it would be very useful to act on platforms too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your contribution. The next speaker on my list is Ms. Honorable Yevrosim Pejovic, Member of the Parliament of Montenegro on behalf of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Madam, you have the floor.
Grazie Marco, grazie cari colleghi italiani per la vostra
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, dear Italian colleagues, for your hospitality.
Knowledge of Italian language is based on cartoons broadcasted on Radio Televisione Italiana. Distinguished colleagues, first and foremost, I would like to thank all experts and colleagues from our assemblies for sharing their insights. Despite an increasingly violent geopolitical context, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe continues to be an active forum for promoting security dialogue among our 323 parliamentarians from 56 national parliaments. Our ad hoc committee on countering terrorism remains at the forefront of our common efforts to address the evolving and multifaceted threat of terrorism. Through this committee, our parliaments work together to understand emerging trends, develop effective counterterrorism strategies, and ensure that our policies and actions remain aligned with our shared values. The Russian Federation's unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine continues to dominate and the security agenda of our organization, with its far-reaching implication impacting stability in our region, and this fracturing all European security architecture. This security crisis has given rise to a new range of terrorism-related threats across the OSCE region. According to the last Global Terrorism Index, over 19% of attacks are and nearly 98% of terrorism-related deaths in 2023 occurred in countries affected by this conflict. In this context, terrorist groups are likely to capitalize on the chaos, desperation, and displacement of recruitment, resource acquisition, and the spread of extremist ideologies. We from the Balkan know this from the first hand. The conflict in Ukraine and spillover effects on European societies underscore the need for enhancing cooperation with the OSCE and with our partners, particularly in preventing the spread of violent extremism and radicalization that leads to terrorism. The conflict in the Middle East and the instability in Sahel region have further impacted society of our region. Terrorist plots in European countries have been linked to individuals or groups that ties to these regions. Those incidents underline the importance of strengthening our counterterrorism efforts across borders and enhancing coordination with our Mediterranean partners. As we work to understand and mitigate those risks, and it's increasingly clear that the battle against terrorism is no longer confined to the real world. The internet, that is a virtual global reach, has become a powerful tool for spreading extremist ideologies, radicalization, and vulnerable individuals and recruiting for terrorist organizations. We heard more about that yesterday, and I assume that we are all worried. And as we heard yesterday, artificial intelligence is adding a new layer of potential devastating threats in this context. We must acknowledge that our youth are disproportionately targeted by digital propaganda. Just consider their exposure to social media and gaming platforms. Thus, addressing this threat requires a society and socially wide approach that includes not only governments, parliaments, security agencies, but also civil society, tech companies, education, and religious institutions. Ultimately, prevention is the key. We must ensure that we are not only responding to terrorist attacks, but also working proactively to halt radicalization before it takes roots. Be it prison or school, in place of worship or online, those includes fostering dialogue, promotion of inclusion, and providing safe space for marginalized groups to share their voices and concerns. At the same time, we must enhance our collective capabilities to detect and descript terrorist activities online while ensuring that those efforts respect the rights and freedom that we hold dear. In conclusion, the OSCE region faces a complex and ever-evolving terrorism threat, one that requires unfailed response through cooperation and concentrate efforts to address the root causes of radicalization. We can shape more resilient societies and stand strong against the forces of terror. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your contribution. I will now pass the floor to Honorable Fahoud Sebuta from the Arab Parliament. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. شكرا لكم. في الحقيقة
Thank you, everyone. Well, first of all, the first thing I have to say is that many of the ideas have been expressed already. I mean, I had prepared a speech, but I could not be able to say whatever I wanted to say in 3 minutes. It is also difficult to answer all the things that have been put forward up to now. So I would be short, and I would focus on some points. In 2024, we do not still have a clear definition of terrorism. And every time we are talking about how to define terrorism, and we connect terrorism to Islam, and this is the first serious mistake. There are many countries that have demonstrated there is no connection between religion and terrorism. We're talking about extremism. This is what produces violence. You know, many experts mention the need to have laws to counter the terrorist organizations in every country, and to counter also the consequences of terrorist actions. I have to say that Algeria has been a pioneer down to there. I am one of those pioneers. Also, in studying the actions of terrorism in Algeria and in Sahel, because I was a journalist, so I have seen and I have met many people and many terrorists. And I was also witness when the alliance among terrorist organizations and drug traffickers and organized crime was made. This was an alliance to give breath to the terrorist organizations that at that time were suffocated by the Algerian repression, a repression that Algeria was doing by itself, all alone, before the world understood that a cooperation was needed at international level. Now, to come back to the contributions of our experts, we are in a phase in which we cannot afford to make mistakes anymore, as we did in the 20s or in the 1990s. At that time, Algeria had put forward some estimates, and we said that we needed an international will to counter terrorism and extremism of any nature whatsoever, whatever the typology or nature, whatever terrorist organization. As a consequence, today, we risk of being caught in the same trap if we do not have an international will through governments and parliaments to counter what is now coming against us. In the 90s, when terrorism hit many countries, many of these countries did not say anything about that. Today, we are asked to draw from the economic resources to prevent terrorists to get financed, but we are being asked now to prohibit artificial intelligence to collaborate in the work of terrorists. How can we prevent this to occur, especially in the weakest countries? How can these countries provide themselves with all the necessary tools to do that? As far as violence is concerned, violence in Sahel, mentioned by our expert, Serge, the countries in the Sahel are one of the areas that is hit by terrorism. And this is also due by the interferences that contribute to create the environment that concerns the terrorist organizations to develop. We, as international organizations, we as parliaments, we have to work to talk to each and everyone to face this issue. And the last point I would like to tackle is the consequences we have approved a series of laws that work on the consequences of terror organizations, and we are quite advanced on that, and so we can share this experience with you. However, the international community has a huge experience, very clear, but the international community doesn't want to exploit its experiences, and this is quite dangerous. So I would like to launch a call from this place to get a real cooperation, a real will, not to go back and make the same mistakes we have done in the past. I wrote a lot about international organizations. I wrote a lot about how they obtain their funds, how they are financed, how they, from where they take their strength, and how can they succeed through advanced technology to reach, the young people and attract them towards their extremist thinking. I'm talking about international terrorist organizations, of course. And, perhaps we can have a more effective action, as the expert from the Arab Parliament has explained. We can collaborate in an intensive way to create a series of norms that can be useful for all the countries that are members of our organization.
Next is Honorable Rita Teodoro Superman from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Madam, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure to represent again the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean in the UN Coordination Meeting of Parliamentary Assemblies on Counter-Terrorism. I wish to thank the United Nations Office of Counter-Terrorism, the Shura Council of the State of Qatar, OSCEPA, and the Italian Parliament for organizing this gathering. PAM is carefully monitoring and analyzing security developments in the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions, as well as in their geographical proximity, which PAM is carefully monitoring and analyzing, and that will be discussed at the PAM 19th plenary session held here at the Italian Parliament next February. Namely and firstly,
On 7 October 2023, the Hamas terror attacks in Israel represented a crude awakening of this threat in the PAM regions. The IDF response in Gaza against Hamas and then in Lebanon against the Hezbollah has caused unimaginable suffering for the civilian population of these countries, further destabilizing a fragile regional equilibrium. In Yemen, the Iran-backed Houthis pose a major threat for PAM countries and were capable of disrupting international maritime trade routes. It is also worth mentioning that, according to international media outlets such as the Financial Times, the Russian army is recruiting Yemenis through the facilitation of the Houthis to combat for its illegal and ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine. PAM members are also severely concerned by the strengthening of ISIL-Daesh in Syria, as well as the escalating conflict between the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, into which a number of other radical and armed groups have converged, and the government forces. As stated by the UNSCG Special Envoy for Syria, what we are now witnessing in Syria marks a collective failure in advancing a genuine political process to implement UN Security Council Resolution 2254 of December 2015, which calls for a ceasefire and political settlement in Syria and describes the roadmap for Syria's political transition. Secondly, the Assembly is closely monitoring the protracted and expanded terrorist violence in the sub-Saharan region. There, terrorist and extremist groups, notably Al-Qaeda and Islamic State affiliates, are proliferating at a very fast pace, also taking advantage of the cooperation with criminal groups to expand their influence and their profits. Among them, there are the mercenaries controlled by the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Africa Corps, which are operating in parallel with the Wagner Group in the area. In Mali, clashes between the regime's armed forces, supported by Africa Corps mercenaries and jihadists and rebels in the north of the country, are fomenting insecurity at the border with Algeria and Mauritania, two PAM countries. At PAM, we believe that without a coherent and unified response, which means, first of all, re-establishing the rule of law, terrorists and criminal groups will likely continue to proliferating and exploiting the fragmented security landscape in the region. Third, the nexus between terrorism and transnational organized crime continues to grow and become more complex. Terrorist groups leverage criminal networks for financial and operational support, capitalizing on political instability, socioeconomic challenges, and governance gaps. Among other concerns, the malicious use of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies by terrorists and criminal groups poses multidimensional risks both on the cyber and physical realm. PAM is fully committed to cooperating with the UN, international partners, and regional assemblies to exchange more information on this issue and explore coordinated approaches to tackle this transboundary phenomenon. Last but not least, the human rights situation in Afghanistan is extremely alarming. The oppressive Taliban rule in Afghanistan is imposing severe restrictions on freedoms and fundamental human rights, particularly those of women and girls. Furthermore, the country evidently serves as a safe haven where groups affiliated to ISIL-Daesh, the ISIL-K, and Al-Qaeda are able to organize and carry their operations both within as well as outside Afghan borders, as we have seen from the attacks in Russia, Iran, and Turkey. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Superman, for this detailed account of the situation in your region. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Alioume Gouye from the African Parliamentary Union. Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Merci bien, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The African Parliamentary Union would like to thank you for having invited me in this important meeting. And there is a so we have a lot of information on this. And I would like to know that the presentation of Mrs. Serge confirmed what everybody knew already, that is that terrorism is advancing in Sahel, only at the level of Mali, but also Burkina Faso and in Chad. And it is also infected by terrorists sent or supported by international forces, fake friends of the Sahel countries. And I would like also to emphasize the fact that in this meeting, the African expertise has not been searched for. So in Africa, we have terrorism in Sahel, and we have eminent experts in the Parliamentary Assembly representing about 40 parliamentary assemblies. For example, in our country, we have many experts who can provide a contribution. For example, we know that it is important to have African expertise in the field of terrorism in Africa. And at the same time, I would like to welcome the intervention by Mr. Reynolds, I'm sorry if I have not pronounced your name correctly, who emphasized the great vulnerability of young people and the radicalization risks, because young people are exploited and exposed and used and killed in terrorist activities. That is one in the 46th conference of the parliamentary assemblies that was held in Chad. Our assembly, our organization emphasized the risks for young people, and we emphasize this in our fight against terrorism. So we have to radicalize young people, and this is a question for Mr. Ronald. What kind of strategy are you proposing to participate in the de-radicalization of young people in the fight against terrorism? I've also listened to Mr. Aziz, and who talked about different actions on the basis of 4 pillars. He talked about research, but do you think that your actions can be extended to African countries? Because I see that your actions are very concentrated on Arab countries. So I think that this can help African countries to participate in research, but also our parliaments in order to understand what is really happening. Because in many parliaments, there are some parliamentary networks to fight against terrorism. I think we should have a greater partnership in order to better and more effectively fight against terrorism. In any case, here I would like to clarify that the Sahel countries, especially Mali, Burkina Faso, have decided to set up a confederation of the Sahel states, and they wanted to effectively work with critical partners who can honestly help these countries advance the agenda of the fight against terrorism. So neither Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali have interest in prosperous terrorism because, of course, terrorism is a scourge for these countries. If terrorism advances for Sahel, it's going to also attack Europe and is going to have an impact on Europe because terrorism has no boundary and terrorism has no colors. And so I think for example, for more than 10 years now, Mali has had to deal with forces coming from abroad, for example, and after the some of foreign forces left, we had to fight also by ourselves. I believe that military actions alone cannot defeat terrorism, but we have to open up development opportunities, access to the labor market, training and education for young people and women. We have to build the capacity of our armies to deal with these attacks. I would like to finish with a certain number of recommendations and proposals. We think that we have to de-radicalize young people in the fight against terrorism by offering new opportunities. And we need a greater engagement of terrorist-stricken countries in the Sahel region. In fact, of course, we love our countries and we love a lot of Africa and Sahel. So we have to trace the path, and partners should be able to accompany us in this journey. We need a coordinated response, a sincere coordinated response against terrorism. Of course, we need to go on with the agenda of the fight against terrorism, but our partners should not actually pull us back. And I think we should be involved in debunking the negative messages on Sahel, as I've heard from the message from the member of the Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly. So we don't have to spread this message. So we have to try and debunk the negative messages on the Sahel countries and of its fight against terrorism. Thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention, and we have taken note of your recommendations and suggestions to involve some researchers in our next debates, considering the situation in Africa. And now I'm going to give the floor to the next Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Kamiliman from Tupac. You have the floor. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, my name is Kadir Yaman. I am Commission Secretary of Parliament of Turkic States, namely Turkpa. I would like to extend my greetings to you all with the highest respect. I would like to thank you, the Chamber of Deputies, Italian Parliament, for warmly hosting our meeting in this magnificent venue in Rome. I would also like to express our gratitude to the Shura Council of State of Qatar for its support. I believe that yesterday's meeting was productive use of time. We had opportunity to hear important presentation and to make valuable contributions. In yesterday's presentation, the speaker emphasized the rapid pace of technological advancement, citing the example of iPhone and ChatGPT, which have become pervasive globally in the relatively short time. From this perspective, the incorporation of artificial intelligence into the policy dialogue is deemed highly efficacious approach, offering a prompt and effective response to the conditions that give rise to the risk. In comparison to the circumstances prevailing in 2020, when the coordination mechanism was established, it is evident that the task at hand has become more challenging in the light of prevailing environmental conditions that contribute to the emergence of terrorism. There have been notable shifts in the global landscape of counter-terrorism efforts. This has served to highlight the growing importance of interparliamentary cooperation. The concept of terror is undergoing a process of evolution. The tactics employed by terrorist organizations are subject to constant modification in response to technological developments. The emergence of new threats, including cyber attacks, propaganda activities, and hybrid warfare methods, represent a significant shift in the landscape of global security. Furthermore, the escalation of tensions and conflicts in the international relations provides opportunity for expansion of terrorist organization operational areas. The migrant crisis precipitated by wars and conflicts in the region has resulted in the Mediterranean becoming a graveyard for migrants. The migration crisis resulting from the displacement of people have provided terrorist organizations with opportunity to reinforce human trafficking networks and establish new bases. The Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic States, TÜRKPA, provides support to relevant process of member parliaments through the dissemination of reports, recommendations, and model laws. In 2024, a report and recommendation were prepared on the role of parliaments and legislative support in scientific and technological developments in TÜRKPA member states. Additionally, a model law on the protection of personal data was drafted. We persist in our endeavors by consolidating the expertise of our nations within the framework of Parliamentary Assembly. As with the numerous other issues, the significance of AI is contingent upon the objective for which it is employed and methodologies utilized by the entity in question. As TÜRKPA, we persist in our endeavors to guarantee that technological advancement serve the well-being and contentment of our citizens. At the end of my intervention, I would like to express my gratitude to the UNOCT team for their meticulous preparation of this well-structured program and their commendable efforts to facilitate a seamless meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. Also, thank you for the positive feedback from yesterday's policy exchange, which I also think was very timely and engaging. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Nathalie Goulet from the Senate of France. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Je voudrais poser une question
I have a question for Dr. Safra
très impressionné par le programme de formation qu'il proposait, puisque hier, j'avais fait la même.
And the program of training proposed, because yesterday I said the same thing during the roundtable, which training we have to carry out for artificial intelligence, and therefore I think that your training is quite interesting. Do you make assessments also or programs? Because providing training is a positive thing. Providing a framework, a legislative framework is a positive thing. But do you assess the program? So at a certain point, do you make the point about how many parliaments have adopted these measures and how many are adopting it, that, etc. So I'm asking whether you have a monitoring or a follow-up, because the program that you propose seems perfect, but this was my question. Do you do assessments also?
Speaker on my list is Honorable Suleiman Zerkani, Deputy Speaker of the Algerian National People's Assembly. You have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية طيبة متجددة للجميع. أبدأ كلمتي بعبارة توضح تحتها أسطر.
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to start my intervention by a statement. Terrorism has no religion. And I believe, I hope that we could delete once and forever the statement in which we say Islamic terrorism. I have to say, apart from that, I have to say that our coordination must be stronger and more realistic and be based on the reality. To guarantee international peace, we have to clarify all the concepts and definitions. In a world with so many ideas and different languages and principles, we support all the appeals to peace. We refuse any hatred speech. And we have to clarify also the difference between resistance, I mean the right to protect and defend one's country, and terrorism. How is it possible to define terrorists? Some countries, terrorism that is continuously evolving and has changed in comparison with the traditional examples we had of terrorism. History has many examples of definitions used in an instrumental way many times. I mean, resistance against Nazis was defined by the Nazis as terrorism. The fight for the Algerian independence, the fighters were defined terrorists. Today we have streets entitled to many of those that at the time were called terrorists. France has killed 1/3 of the population of Rwanda in 1947. I have to say by that terrorism has a new perspective in Sahel, because it has become made up, I mean, these terrorist groups are made up by mercenary people from countries that really do represent terrorism. Their action to destabilize those countries. It is a sort of international mafia, that one. I have to say that Algeria has always countered terrorism and has carried out many initiatives for national reconciliation, and we take care of victims of terrorism. That's why we say in one statement said by one representative of Algeria to the United Nations, we said it is not enough that 45,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. Most of them are women and children. Is this not enough yet? Thank you.
Now, the second last speaker is Mr. Honorable Zogt Damdin from the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. Zogt, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I would like, first of all, to commend the creation and operation of this coordination mechanism of parliamentary assemblies. It is really a very important functioning mechanism, and the fact that it's being organized with the UN, very active support of the UNOCT, the Qatari Shura, is really giving a strong impetus to the operation of our mechanism. I also would like to emphasize good leadership of Mr. Reynold Lopatka, Mr. Camille Aydin, Marco Bonabello in really keeping this mechanism going, because without this leadership and personal commitment, this sort of mechanisms really exhaust its energy, can exhaust its energy very fast. So, and we should keep this, enthusiasm and optimism that this coordinated and cooperative approach is the only solution to really find a gateway out of the difficult situation in which we find ourselves. So now I would like just to come up with one proposal. That is, during our previous meetings, not once I was talking about this interreligious dialogue mechanism that we should organize together. And maybe the United Nations, under the aegis of the United Nations, we could organize something much bigger with the cooperation and support of Turkey, Qatar maybe. The idea of the conference can be this: religion and power of compassion. Now, Mr. Sergei Strobants was talking about one very important thing. Against this terror temptation, we should be putting up coercive mechanisms. We should not be naive about it. Force against force works. But it does not provide ultimate solution because it costs money. And we do not know when it's going to strike. So when we are talking about at the global level, not all the countries can maintain this cost-bearing system. But they can strike anywhere. Because the objective of the terrorists is not about striking the most powerful. It's about striking wherever it is possible, even in the smallest countries, just to show that they can do it anywhere, just to bring terror across the globe. And therefore, really maintaining this cost will be very difficult at the global level. And therefore, Mr. Sergei Strobants suggested that a permanent solution would be really changing our attitude, mentality, our, changing culture. That would be a permanent solution. So how can we then bring about something that changes cultures, attitudes, our views? That is really working with our mind. For example, we have most terrifying, weapon, which is called nuclear weapons. They're there. They can strike any moment, but it's not happening because we're not making decision to put the finger on the button. Who's stopping it? It's our mind. So we should be working with our mind, right? Okay. So therefore, if we could organize this, religion could be a much, very efficient mechanism that can wake up in us the sense of compassion, humility, the sense of caring about each other, respecting each other's culture. Because the good thing about religion is that the message is brought in the simplest, most straightforward manner. And it contains all the right ingredients in it: morality, ethics. And therefore, it has been this powerful mechanism. So if we could organize this global forum called Faith, Power of Compassion, this could really make a big change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Damdin, for this proposal. The very, very last speaker on the list is, before we go back to our panelists for a very brief concluding remarks, is Honorable Abdou Sikir Diriev from the African Parliamentary Union. Sir, you have the floor.
Merci, Président. En premier lieu,
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you again. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers, and I would like to congratulate them. Then I would like to give you my contribution on radicalization. These processes must be solved through dialogue and respect of human rights and the state of law, and therefore education is an effective tool to strengthen resilience of students against violent extremism and so mitigate this phenomenon. The violent extremism insinuates in the areas and domains in which states are not present, where infrastructures are lacking, but also an effective military device, which are the objectives of terrorism, ideology, but also illegal and violent actions to create a climate of terror within the public opinion, or to limit the power of a government or a group. Their goal could be national or international. Violent extremism and terrorism increase the problems of governance and inequalities already present in some countries and societies, and they increase the risk of violent conflicts. What is the strategy against this terror at world level? What is the UN strategy? The strategy is a world tool, a single world tool that should strengthen efforts at local, regional, and national level so that a fight could be carried out against terrorism. The General Assembly revises this strategy every 2 years, so it is a document, a living document that changes over time. So which are the solutions to fight against terrorism? I mean, fight against terrorism goes through military operations on the ground also that could be undertaken by a state or a group of states and could be carried out also in the framework of multinational forces, the European Union or the UN. So what is the difference between violent extremism and terrorism? First of all, the phenomenon of radicalization and terrorism are interconnected, even if they are different, i.e. violent extremism is connected to an ideology, whereas terrorism is connected to action. Extremism is connected to beliefs, political and religious ideas. This is the case of Shabab, that carries out these strong social values and gives them to the Somalia and Djibouti countries. And terrorism is the material aspect of this ideology, and terrorist groups operate in some African countries that have natural richness. This is the case of Boko Haram in Nigeria, because in Nigeria we have the oil, manganese, diamonds, and Boko Haram would like to get this richness to the detriment of national authorities. And by offering social services to the communities also they do that. How can they radicalize the young people? The radicalization of young people is a great concern. And this can be done in different ways, through family, through friends, through the direct contact with some extremist groups, or also via the internet. Which are the 3 objectives of the prevention strategy that the parliamentaries advise for future interventions? Well, first of all, combat the ideological causes of terrorism, then intervene to support the peoples that are at risk of radicalization, and allow the people that have already been involved in terrorism to get a new possibility and go away from terrorism. But how? Offering them social integration possibility. These are frustrated people that feel marginalized and ignored by the society. And so their return to the normal civil life could be facilitated. It is important that these people feel important and taken into account.
These interventions, I mean, we would probably need like 3 hours for this session to allow all the, assemblies and members to express their opinions. I apologize because we're late on our agenda, so also with the next panel, I apologize. I see some of the panelists here, but I would still like to give the floor very briefly back to our keynote speakers to just have some final words or reactions to some of the questions. And I will start in reverse order from Mr. Stroopman. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will try to go very fast and answer a couple of the points that have been made. I think you mentioned, or there was a mention about cyber terrorism, and to take maybe a NATO approach. They would say it's not existing yet. And by that, they would say there wasn't a cyber attack so far with the same effects than a kinetic attack. But everything before, command control, recruitment, radicalization, logistics, financing, this is all happening online already. The definition, I think it's important, but you will never, I mean, we have tried for decades now to have a common definition of terrorism, but you will never get there. I was in Geneva 2 days ago, and the Interparliamentary Union is working on potential elements, common elements of a definition, which I think it's important. To be honest, and I said it in my intervention, I don't like this distribution, religious and politics, because it's all based on ideology. The only thing I see is that religion, or the misinterpretation of a religion, is used to galvanize I would say the effects or your action of recruitment and radicalization. We need to make sure that we need to confirm, and that's been said today, terrorism is a crime. Terrorism is a crime. So that's pretty sure. I think we look at the impact, and I want to stress again the point that I made. We need also to look at the resilience of countries to take into account the risk of the risk of radicalization, the risk of terrorism. When you look, radicalization can best be understood as being a pyramid. And in the lower 2 levels of the pyramid, you have your entire population. You know, in the population, you will always find grievances and frustrations. It is the responsibility of the state and basically you as legislators to make sure that you can keep the maximum, if not the entire population, in the lower level. Just, you know, you want to complain about a couple of things in your life. Some people will go to the next stage, and those people will advocate. Some of those people, because they advocate and cannot find any I would say, solution to their advocacy, will start frustrating. This is when the recruiters are starting to do their work. So make it more difficult for the recruiters and the radicalizers to work and make sure that the amount of people getting to the third and the fourth level, which is then getting into the radicalized group or the terrorist group or whatever, well, make sure that your action is keeping a maximum of people in the lower levels of these pyramids. Well, you spoke about victims. I'm supporting those victims. I'm a board member of an organization in Belgium called IV Europe, which is basically supporting not only those who have been in the attacks in Brussels, but basically Europe and worldwide also. I think it's important. If victims are not taken into account, if victims are not supported, they will be, not them, but the fact that this is not happening is going to be a potential motive for radicalization and for narrative afterwards also. There is, we collaborate with the African Union. We are about to create an African Peace Index in which, of course, terrorism will be part of the evaluation. Maybe one last point. A lot of people will look at, you know, coming up with more governance, coming up with economic development. I see a lot of NGOs really investing in, you know, making sure that people get jobs and people can keep these jobs also. That's not enough. That's not enough. Those solutions of development are not enough. The approach needs to be much more systemic, and you need to take into account, of course, I can promote our aspect of positive peace, but that's what you need to do. You need to look at all different pillars. And the last point, you need to make sure that your solution is not creating more victims than the terrorists themselves. And that's what's happening in certain countries at the moment, where the violence which is used to counter violence is creating more casualties than the violent group themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strubans, for sharing all this.
Grazie, dottor Struban, per aver condiviso queste interessanti riflessioni del dottor Telasis. Alcuni minuti, per favore, grazie. Well, thank you very much. Of course, when we talk about victims of terrorism, we are talking about the social groups that are not considered to be really important. But I think that we need ad hoc policies. We need clear laws in order to clarify responsibilities of the state. We are trying to deal with this issue in the center to combat terrorism. And for example, there are only 4 Arab countries that have specific and ad hoc laws to fight against terrorism. As far as France is concerned, our center is working also on training and education and on capacity building. We have different lines of research, and we can provide support to different parliaments to fight effectively against terrorism. But we try also to transform these recommendations to legal provisions. We also provide training to draft new laws to combat terrorism. We also have an index to assess legislative gaps or loopholes, for example, or when we draft a bill to combat terrorism in our countries. After 6 months or a year, we receive some feedbacks, and then we carry out some surveys to understand whether these legal provisions are effective. If they are not as effective as expected, we support parliaments to redraft these bills. And then a final comment on the comments made by the African countries. Our center is also working on Sahel in order to counter terrorism in all geographical areas. We've collaborated with the parliamentary assemblies of African Union and of the Mediterranean. But we are going to produce a specific report on Sahel. And then we believe that the efforts to be made to combat terrorism are really great. But the real problem is that, unfortunately, some of these efforts are not coordinated. So we have a EU strategy, and then we have the African Union strategy and a strategy of the Arab League. So we need to have a greater coordination. Unfortunately, sometimes these strategies have a top-down approach, and sometimes they don't listen to what is happening in Sahel. So in any meeting, we always say that we have to listen to Sahel countries and try to teach from what they share.
Let's take this moment to also thank the interpreters for running after all our speakers really efficiently, for what I could see, because I mean it's not easy since we're all rushing a little bit right now. And the last remarks from Reinhold Lopatka.
Yeah, in a very brief way. First of all, I think it is very important that we have the same point of view, that religion is never the cause of terrorism. But we have also to see that religions can be misused. It happened with Christian religions when I look to Ireland, between the Protestants and the Christians, and it can also happen within the Islam. Second thing, but religious leaders can play a very positive and important role in fighting terrorism. So we have to see, when we talk about terrorism, the role of religion, but we have to see it in a positive way. This is my first point of view. The second one, we should have young people in our focus. And young people, they have idols. And so we should use these idols. If there's a statement of a famous football player and we distribute it in the social media, maybe it has much more effect than conferences like this. I don't want to diminish our work, but we should see this, and therefore I see it as very important. Last point, if we get to know best practices in meetings like this, it should be our strong wish to bring these best practices in other regions as excellent example how we can work, especially on the field and as it was mentioned by our colleagues from the Sahel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lopatka, for these final words. It is by no means a possibility nor my intention to try to summarize all the amazing and the multitude of points that were raised today. Surely youth will be a focus, I think, in our work. It is already a focus in many of our activities, and as it is also working with religious leaders. And many of the points that were raised today are, I think, already in our focus, but there is more that can be done, especially in terms of coordination and mutual support in addressing these issues, because there's a lot we can share and learn still from each other. And I agree that we need to be also creative in reaching out in different ways also to the various stakeholders which are at play here. This is a policy dialogue. This is the coordination meeting of legislators and parliamentary assemblies. So we do what we can, but I mean there are many other means, of course, to try to be effective with the various sectors of society, and particularly the most vulnerable ones to radicalization. Having said this, I would basically now close the session. Apologize again for the next panel for being late. We will have a 15 minutes coffee break, and then we will reconvene for the session on the nexus between organized crime and terrorism.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much to all of you.
We will start the session if you can be seated, please.
Okay, good afternoon already, Excellencies. So we resume with the second session. We are not a bit, we are a bit more than a bit behind the schedule. So we will catch up in any case during the day so that we are finishing on time. Now we are going to have the second session. I have the honor to moderate it. It's, as you see in the agenda, is a specific discussion on the topic of the nexus between transnational organized crime and terrorism. This specific issue has been discussed during previous meetings of the coordination mechanism, and specifically from different angles, as this is a reality that affects the different part of the world from different perspectives. But in any case, at the end of the day, the alliances established between transnational organized criminal organizations and terrorist organizations, of course, we have discussed it, but it is very well evidenced. It's already in many researches, and that really prove from how many different angles can both criminal organizations and terrorists profit from their collaboration, if I may say like that. So I have the honor to come with a fantastic panel of experts. I have to announce that it is 5 experts in the agenda. Unfortunately, we will not be able to count with Mrs. France Lemenure from our office because she's stuck in the airport for 36 hours and she cannot connect. So she sent her excuses. But in any case, we will continue with from the very beginning with the experts here, and then I will open the floor for discussion. So without any further delay, let me give the floor to Honorable Eugenio Zoffili, Special Representative of the OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly on Combating Organized Crime, Head of the Italian Delegation to the OSCE PA. Please, Honorable Zoffili, you have the floor.
Grazie molte. Io sono orgoglioso.
Thank you. I'm very proud and very happy with these 2 days of meeting and of this seminar, of this very important meeting that has been organized. So we pull together all our forces, and this is very profitable and very fruitful. I would like to thank the United Nations. I would like to thank the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly with its teams, offices, and staff. I would like to thank you and your staff, and I would like to thank the Secretariat, and of course, and on behalf of our voters, we carry out our mission. I would like to thank the Shura Council of Qatar. Just a few minutes ago, I was asked to hold a bilateral meeting, and we had a meeting with these representatives. So I am speaking here in my quality as a head of the Italian delegation to the OSCE with 13 members of parliament. I'm looking at Mrs. Gardini and the team dealing with international relations. I would like to thank them for their wonderful work here in this parliament to organize this meeting. I think this is not a point of arrival, but a point of departure for other experiences and for other events. So I am talking as special representative for combating organized crime on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE of the 57 member countries. And I would like also to extend the greetings of our President of the Parliamentary Assembly, Pierre Kama. So here, together with me, we have an Italian expert, and we're very proud of him. In fact, we invited the Ministry of the Interiors. We have Mr. Riccardo Perisi, who is Director of the Service for Combating Extremism and External Terrorism of the Italian Ministry of the Interior. So he's a great expert from this central directorate. So I will give him the floor, and I believe that he is going to give us very interesting suggestions about the best practices to combat terrorism, to combat external threats. And so we're going to share the Italian best practices. And of course, thanks to the work you do together with other law enforcement agencies at the international level. So the link between transnational organized crime and terrorism is a very, very important theme. And this is a theme cherished to me. We know that this is becoming increasingly relevant in the discussion about terrorism. So, in fact, transnational organizations and terrorist organizations seem to have a link. And this is a very relevant issue. So this has something to do with national security policies and also our capability to deal with threats coming from other countries. So this is a very complex nexus endangering the most important value for all of us, which is peace, security, and development of nations. That is why we need a coordinated response at the international level, at the level of governments and the level of parliaments. Here we are in a parliament, and we firmly believe in parliamentary democracy. So members of parliament not only interact domestically, but they have also links with their counterparts abroad. But that they should not only discuss, but they should also adopt concrete actions. And I believe that no parliament, no nation, no country can really deal with these threats alone. We have to work together. So the nexus between transnational organized crime and terrorism is not a recent phenomenon. It has evolved over time with new manifestations and forms, as pointed out before, with the advent of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. There has been a strengthening of this nexus, and so now communications are better encrypted, and so transactions now are hidden. So these groups have different ideologies, but they have common interests. And now the differences are becoming less prevalent, as less relevant, as pointed out by the what the Security Council of the United Nations stated. And of course, both are interested in raising money through illegal activities such as drug and human trafficking and trafficking of weapons. That is why they have mutual interests. And so both parties need to finance their own illegal activities. So terrorist organizations, often derive from ideological positions, but they find an important source of resources in criminal organizations to finance their activities. In turn, criminal organizations benefit from these alliances with terrorists because they can actually launder money, and they can exploit terrorist activities to strengthen their power through intimidation or the destabilization of authorities and communities. In fact, as pointed out by Oji, the convergence between these two organizations is very tight, especially in countries where governments are less stable. But of course, the consequences of this nexus can be seen in our democracies, the close link between organized crime and the enormous amount of economic resources coming from illegal trafficking at the international level, such as the use of money laundering through sophisticated means and illegal financial channels, was clearly understood by Giovanni Falcone, a very famous judge who was killed in a bomb attack carried out by mafia. We remember him with great respect, and especially with great affection. And Mr. Falcone left us a great legacy that is so important in his heroic work that he carried out together with Judge Borsellino and with his team of experts, of judges and policemen and agents from the enforcement agencies. He adopted the follow the money approach. You have to follow the money in order to understand and uproot crime. So this approach was born in Palermo 40 years ago. This is still a modern approach which can be applicable to international criminal and terrorist organizations, and we are talking about the UN Convention against transnational organized crime. A very important convention adopted in Palermo 40 years ago in the year 2000. And following this concept, it is evident that the main source of financing for both organizations, as we said previously, is trafficking of drugs. Criminal organizations and terrorist organizations often manage and control the international routes of drugs at the international level, generating huge profits. These profits are used to finance criminal organizations, but also to finance terrorist attacks, thus amplifying threats. Technologies, in particular, and artificial intelligence have added a new dimension to this threat. Artificial intelligence has radically changed the way in which these organizations operate and cooperate. It has created encrypted communication channels. Also, it can be used to plan sophisticated attacks. So the use of these technologies has made it more difficult for intelligence agents and police forces to combat these organizations. But agents are really very good. So they work and they study every single day, 24 hours a day, and they are catching up with the criminals. And so, as we already discussed in the plenary session, the spread of drugs through organized crime can be done through other technologies such as artificial intelligence. And this is having dangerous consequences for the health of citizens, especially young people and communities at large. For example, we're thinking of the health crisis or emergency in the United States due to the widespread use of fentanyl and other synthetic opioid substances. These are powerful and lethal substances. They cause immediate addiction and insidious addiction with an impact on communities. To the benefit of these organizations, in this connection, I would like to thank the colleagues from the Osce Parliamentary Assembly who unanimously approved my resolution on the fight against synthetic opioids and fentanyl in the latest assembly of Osce that took place in Bucharest. So we want to lay the foundations to adopt a multidimensional approach combining health interventions, law enforcement and international cooperation to protect the victims and also to manage the consequences of this phenomenon from the point of view of health and safety. In fact, we need to have a multilateral approach and a shared approach in order to counteract the sale of drugs, especially these new synthetic opioid substances on the part of these organizations that by their nature have no boundaries but whose consequences are so visible. We have to understand and follow financial flows. It's absolutely essential to weaken mafia organizations. So these criminal organizations and also terrorist organizations, in fact, as taught by dear Judge Falcone, money is the engine driving terrorism and crime. Depriving these organizations of their financial resources means that we can weaken their ability to operate because their potential profit is limited, limiting the resources available for terrorist or attacks. So we need to have the most sophisticated investigative techniques, and we need to adopt innovative forms of international judicial cooperation in order to prevent and efficiently combat illegal activities carried out by transnational criminal and terrorist organizations. So the response to these phenomena cannot be limited to domestic security policy, but it has to be based on a global approach, including the strengthening of international cooperation, the promotion of common laws, and the use of advanced technologies such as AI in order to monitor financial flows in general and of illegal activities. In fact, if on the one hand these technologies are helping these organizations, this does not mean that they can be wonderful instruments also in the hands of enforcement agencies. But in this connection, it is essential to establish a clear regulatory framework so that these technologies are used correctly, avoiding the misuse of these technologies, the approach to prevention and crackdown and the fight against terrorism through the use of new technologies is to be on a global scale and integrated. And then it has to go beyond the boundaries of politics carried out by parties in order to have a more institutional view of the situation. We cannot think that we can isolate the phenomenon of transnational organized crime and terrorism as if these are two separate entities. Their nexus requires a unitary approach with the involvement of all countries, international institutions, intelligence services, and police forces. In conclusion, it is only through a collaborative and targeted strategy that we can really make a difference in this mission, in this fight, in order to have a safer world, and we have to work together in order to attain this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zoffili, for your intervention. And I just wanted to share that we in the United Nations, we are very much aware and we are indeed profiting from the fantastic experience of the Italian authorities in fighting transnational organized crime and terrorism, both. So not only from the Office of the Prosecutor General and the National Directorate, the Anti-Mafia National Directorate, but also like entities, authorities like the Guardia di Finanza, with whom I have witnessed fantastic programs with them when I was in the UN ODC to work specifically on tackling assets of illicit assets of criminal organizations and also terrorist organizations. So thank you very much. And I would like now to give the floor to our second distinguished panelist, Mr. Riccardo Perisi, Director of the Service for Combating Extremism and External Terrorism of the Italian Ministry of Interior. Dear Mr. Perisi, please, you have the floor.
Grazie, grazie anche.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Honorable Zoffili, for this opportunity. Please allow me to bring you the greetings by the head of the police and my central director that could not be here present for other institutional engagements. Distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that, as it's been already said by the Honorable Zoffili, that the fast changes in the geopolitical balances and new paradigms require reflection on the present activities of the terrorist threat. The present social protocols are developed in a context that, if on the one side is facilitated the exercise of freedoms, on the other side, it exposes vulnerabilities that can be exploited by these types of actors. This paradox forces us to reconsider our roles and responsibilities in the definition of a perimeter of security that not only could tackle the existing threats, but could anticipate the risk evolution. First of all, the problem of the wars and conflicts in quite sensitive regions such as Ukraine and Middle East and other areas with a strong instability such as Asia and Africa are vulnerable to the expressions of violent extremism and terrorism, and I want to stress this, from any type of matrix they could originate. The terror organizations take advantage of the new weaknesses or fragilities of the Western countries, determined by the continuation of the crisis underway. So we are called to determine with early warning the new challenges and adopt the most effective measures to tackle them. From a factual point of view, an analysis of the recent phenomena would allow us to tell that the different realities, the criminal realities, have now blurred boundaries. In the past, in our country, our country had to tackle the dangerous connections between organized crime and terrorism, especially, and I say that for the foreign guests because the Italians, they know it, especially in terms of endogenous terrorism. I mean, we're thinking of the connections between the internal terror organizations and organized crime, for instance, the Banda della Magliana here in Rome and other criminal organizations that were or Marxist-Leninist matrix, such as the Brigate Rosse, the Red Brigades. I am from Genoa, and so it comes to my mind the members of the Brigate Rosse, the Red Brigades. Among their ranks, they had common criminals that then became politically oriented later on. The most recent debate at international level allows, forces us to understand, to discuss about the possible links between the two criminal environments and acquire greater elements to plan an adequate response. In the regions I mentioned earlier that have been also recalled by the Honorable Zoffili, in which social and political instability is clear, terror organizations that act in those territories also have the management of ordinary crime and smuggling. For instance, in Africa, several terror groups use models that cannot be easily framed, even if they are members of famous terror organizations. Their operations and objectives are focused on local economy, on the exploitment of the channels of organized crime, thinking of Al-Shabaab or Al-Qaeda in Maghreb, or Al-Jamaat al-Islam, Boko Haram has been mentioned earlier, the Islamic State in Central Africa, that took advantage of the weakness of some state structures to organize criminal activities such as kidnappings to get a ransom, and drug smuggling, sometimes also in contradiction with the declared ideological basis, as at least what they say they follow. But as a previous speaker said, terrorism has no religion, and as Judge Giovanni Falcone used to say, all these criminal groups and terrorist groups are moved only by money. Even if to date we cannot accept that we cannot say that these two worlds have systematic contacts. I mean, at least for the Italian experience in the past and over the years in our country, we have seen also that individuals that were suspected to be members of terror organizations were also members of crime organizations. Perhaps they used the crime organizations for to obtain fake documents. And there is also a recent experience that has come from the arrestation of a Tajiki person that was that had the police in his country was searching because he was a member of the HKP, and he demonstrated that he was part of an organized situation that dealt with fake document, weapon smuggling, and also smuggling of cars. Greater concerns, however, come from another phenomenon that I don't think you have mentioned, at least for the few time I have been sitting in this room, it has not been mentioned. It is the progressive involvement of foreign actors in pursuing their agenda through activities abroad that have the effect of destabilizing Western countries, and not only Western countries. So the judicial situation in Europe has already told us that these entities take advantage of proxies that are recruited among the different criminal organizations. I mean, criminal organizations, but also bikers bands or other bands and groups. And this to avoid any direct connection to their operational structures. As I said before, facing the exponential growth of innovative technological tools, well, we have to question what type of use the terror groups could make of that. Most concerns of the experts, at least, and the Honorable here told us that, focus on the abuse of artificial intelligence that has started a quite huge discussion at political level up to the recent regulation of the European Union that sets harmonized rules of this use by private and institutional actors. However, it's not been documented in Italy concrete use of artificial intelligence by terror groups, but this does not say that the applications based on artificial intelligence could in the future change the attack tactics used by terrorists. And in this perspective, we have to consider also that this technology has an easy access, and it's quite non-expensive and guarantees results that cannot be thought just a few years ago. We have to say that recently in an international environment, some colleagues, belonging to U.S. law enforcement agencies have expressly clearly mentioned some activities in which the use of artificial intelligence was documented, especially for propaganda purposes. But this is easy to understand, especially for language translation in a huge number of languages, so that the message could reach in a faster and quicker way the largest number of people. The largest possible number of people, but also some attempts to use artificial intelligence for training sessions of potential terrorists. And this is also clear. We do not have to use our imagination to think that, just to mention the use of avatars. Today we give names and faces to some of the leaders of terror groups. Probably tomorrow we will have names, faces and voices that do not belong to any one of them, to any existing being. And this is another complication that we have to tackle. And as I said, some efforts of the software spreading based on the use of artificial intelligence could be seen in reference to terror propaganda. The propaganda has increased its diffusion due to the availability of these programs of artificial intelligence. I'm talking about generative artificial intelligence. It is easy to understand how the impacts that we can have on the radicalization processes of the weakest and more vulnerable categories of the societies are the main objective of the terror organizations. Just imagine what it could be to have a message, a propaganda message, and apologetic message by an avatar that speaks your own language, has your own, physical appearances. This is more convincing for the vulnerable people. But the good news is that scientific progress can be and must be an occasion for the security actors to transform their abilities, to improve their abilities of monitoring threats and find them in useful time. Let's just think of the biometric analysis at the borders and the detection of potential terror activists and suspicious behaviors. This is one of the systems based on artificial intelligence. The integration of this tool, as it's been widely explained, must be done with full responsibility, and as the European regulation says, it's not to be disconnected by the human intelligence, the human intervention. However, the benefits that you can have on the daily activity of police forces from the point of view of optimizing resources has to be also stressed. I would like to conclude by saying, and by that the Honourable has already mentioned that, by saying that in the setting up of a national security system, this system must be modifiable and must involve all the stakeholders. Allow me to recall that Italy has adopted a new approach, an integrated approach, and it is focused on the information sharing among all the authorities responsible for fighting terrorism. This is a point. This is something of which we are proud, and sometimes when I go to other international conferences, other countries could not be able to create a fusion center, but not with the same characteristics and potentialities of our fusion center, which is named CASA, C-A-S-A. It is an informal group that meets once a week, but I assure you every day they work, because I am a member of it, we work as a single force. This methodology and this engagement in all initiatives of international collaboration, international and sector collaboration, could increase the efficacy and timeliness to react to any new element in the general framework of these threats. I have to see that, when I came to work at this center, the CASA, I found a level of international cooperation that I would never, ever have imagined. And as a citizen, this makes me feel safer and even proud of what we are doing. Thank you.
Mr. Parisi.
Grazie mille per questo intervento.
And how important it is also to have this continuous dialogue between Ministry of Interior and the whole work that is done by the authorities, the law enforcement authorities, indeed, with the national parliaments. We need this kind of feedback to enhance constantly a collaboration that make possible from both perspectives to ensure a security scenario for all citizens, indeed. So without any further delay, I would like to continue and to give the floor to our third panelist, Honorable Nathalie Goulet. It's a pleasure to have you with us. She's member of the Senate of France and author of a specific book, which is the ABCs on terrorist financing. Merci beaucoup. Vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais évidemment...
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, dear colleagues and members of the administration and secretariat. I would like to congratulate the formidable interpreters that we have. So when you are a parliamentarian and you speak of 4 or 5 people, what am I going to talk about? Because a little bit of everything has already been said. So, for example, I drafted a report on the financing sources of terrorism for NATO. And of course, there is a link between organized crime and the financing of terrorism, as already stated. But the real problem is that actually we have made advances in the fight against tax frauds and organized crime, because we had to combat the financing of terrorist organizations. So now I would like to simply talk about some figures. So, for example, money laundering, which is the basis for the financing of this organization, accounts for 3% of the international GDP. So in 2024, trillions of dollars. It has been estimated today that, for example, for Panama paper, for example, $2 trillion were, for example, cleaned through these means. For example, 200 million euros was a sanction against a bank for having participated in the money laundering of some of this model, and also 4.5 billion penalty was fined in the United States for money laundering through cryptocurrencies. So you know that, for example, trafficking of human beings, according to the ILO, 50 million people are victims of human trafficking, 27 million are forced to work, 28 million forced marriages. and the turnover of all this to $150 billion. So 5 or 7 billion for the traffic of migrants, and unfortunately in Italy, so you are the first hub of this trafficking, and also over 90 billion for sexual exploitation, counterfeiting. So if you go to Ventimiglia or to Costa del Sol, to Istanbul, and then you buy fake Gucci bag and fake Lacoste T-shirt. You say, well, it's not serious. It's okay. Nobody's going to notice. It's absolutely legal. Okay, well, it's a problem because counterfeiting costs 26 billion per year. For European industries, for example, the terrorists that attacked in Paris financed their own activities by, for example, trafficking counterfeited Nike shoes. And of course, we tried to focus our attention on the use of terrorist groups, the use of counterfeiting by terrorists, counterfeiting of fake medicines or counterfeited clothing. And then we have drug trafficking, which is narco jihad, as we say. So we talked about drug trafficking, but we need some figures. So the UN United Nations estimated that today over 190 million people are using drugs, and now 70% of the world production of cocaine is a 12th source of financing of Hezbollah. So, okay, so we see that there is a clear link between narco jihadists, a certain number of organizations. Of course, these are not security and peace organizations, whatever you think. So, my dear colleagues, the parliamentary time, judiciary time is not the time of terror. So we have to be more proactive because, unfortunately, so in France, we say that where we are in Rome, when in Rome, do as Romans do. And we have the same in English. But in any case, we say that between saying and doing, there is a C between. So what do we have to do? So we have to adopt proactive measures against financial delinquents, against safe havens, against tax evasion, against traffickers, but the most important thing is to have extremely strong measures to fight against financial crime. And of course, it's quite difficult to adopt these measures. It's very difficult because our most important instruments are, for example, instruments of financial economic intelligence. So today, the highlight of our work is the work on financial information. That's why the interventions on training are particularly important. That is why today in our respective parliaments, we need to carry out the assessment of our tools. Do we have the right tools to fight against illegal migration or against money laundering? Do we have to assess again or review these instruments in our respective parliaments, as we're going to do in the Senate in the next few weeks? We should have a commission to see whether the tools created some time ago are still adequate. We talked a lot about AI, but we needed to train magistrates and members of parliament. Have we carried out enough training for these people? Also, in the field of cryptocurrencies, for example, if there is, for example, a European directive or a legal text that has to be transposed into our national legislation about cryptocurrencies, can we really judge whether this directive is well drafted or not? I'm not capable of doing this. I have to confess that if there is a directive on cryptocurrencies, I don't know whether it's good or or not. And the cryptocurrencies are so important because, of course, they serve, for example, to not be in line with the regulations, especially in countries that are under the light of police forces. For example, how can we decide that Dubai is going to be a hub of cryptocurrencies? And how is it possible to fight against money laundering? And there are economic models that are being built on money laundering models. So we are in a situation in which there are contradictory parameters in our societies and in our regulatory frameworks. So I wanted to give you some figures because when we talk about figures, things become more concrete. Today, we talk about Syria. We again have terrorist groups that are coming out of their ashes. So we have, for example, migrants that tried to reach England. We have cryptocurrencies that are used to not to comply with international law. So I think that we really have to assess all our instruments. And for example, the UN tools are not really coordinated. We are not very much informed about all these instruments. So sometimes we don't have a clear view of all the instruments that are there. So what I propose is if we have other opportunities to work together, and I hope we will, we should have a practical approach as the one mentioned by the Arab Parliament. So we need to assess our instruments. So it's only through assessing these instruments that we can really and effectively fight against organized crime and also against the financing of terrorism. And I believe that the political will is not very strong. We need to have for example, to avoid safe havens or non-cooperative territories, also such as Switzerland, or areas that continue to have important flows of resources that run the risk of being used to finance terrorism. So we need to be more proactive because they're political issues. So do we really want to put an end to, for example, tax havens? Or, for example, are we satisfied with Gaddafi by signing a convention? For example, you're in a non-cooperative territory, and then you sign a convention, and then you are out of the grey list. But of course, this is not a love test. Signing a convention doesn't mean you're going to comply with it. So we really need to really carry out a lot of control work. We should have strong political will. So as I said before, 3% of the international gross product comes from money laundering. So the resources are not all allocated to terrorism, but a large part of these resources are being used by terrorists. So we have to be very serious. We have to have the strength to fight against money laundering. This is my wish, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Goulet. Thank you very much, Madame Goulet, for this very important intervention in this very important topic. Let me just add two things which I really believe it is very important to enhance the work on countering the financing of terrorism. We have we not only have we not only have treaties, and as you have said, like ratifying a treaty doesn't mean that the country will comply fully with the treaty. But we have the treaty, the Convention on 1999 on the suppression of terrorism financing. But we also have a UN Security Council resolution, which are indeed mandatory, as the 1373. Okay, for example, from 2001, But the issue of countering the financing of terrorism has evolved a lot in the United Nations and in the Security Council resolution, and countries are, and I may say obliged, because they are mandatory resolutions like 2178, to really comply with a strong legislation to prevent the financing of foreign terrorist fighters, for example, and many other aspects that we really need to take into account. And this is an issue that has to be included in the legal framework always. But we also have the 40 recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force, which is really important for the countries on money laundering. As you have said, I really also think that preventing and fighting against money laundering is a key issue. But at the end of the day, non-compliance with the 40 recommendation of FATF has an important economic impact in the country, because the country may not be able, and the banking system in particular, may not be able to do economic transactions worldwide. So this is a role for parliamentarians which is absolutely key to prevent these things from happening. And for example, I also believe that a dialogue of members of parliament with director of financial intelligence units to understand exactly what are their challenges that they have to comply with the 40 recommendations is something very important. I mean, there are very good dialogues on that aspect. But we could indeed go on with this topic for full, not only policy dialogue, but much more. Indeed, countering financing of terrorism has been proven to be a very effective tool to prevent terrorist organizations to have the tools, money, to conduct acts of terrorism, of course, criminal organizations. But I would like now to go ahead and to give the floor to our last distinguished panelist, Mrs. Fanny Firth, my dear colleague from UNOCT, from the program on countering terrorist use of weapons. Dear Fanny, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, David. First of all, I would like to apologize to my Francophone friends, because I will be speaking in English. Please do not see me as a traitor. I will keep the French accent, don't worry. Thank you to the colleague for giving me the opportunity to present in front of such a high-level audience. Thank you as well to the Parliament of Italy for hosting us. This is really an excellent venue. And of course to the Shura Council of the State of Qatar, as well as OSCE Parliament Assembly. So I will be tackling the threat of radiological and nuclear terrorism, and I was thinking that I would be maybe the first one to speak about this topic today, but I saw that our friend from the Arab Parliament mentioned an important convention that I will speak about, and another honorable participant also mentioned the threat of nuclear terrorism. So we will dive into this a little bit more. I will also talk about the threat of radiological and nuclear terrorism, put the emphasis on a very important convention that is the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. I will say it once, and now we'll call it ICSANT. And then what we can do collectively, and particularly with parliamentarians, to ensure universalization and effective implementation of this important convention. Let me just start with an important instrument that was actually mentioned by Honorable Abdou earlier today. Our work is guided by the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, which is reviewed every other year, and it calls member states to take all necessary action and measures to prevent terrorists from acquiring weapons of mass destruction, means of delivery, related material, equipment, and technologies. So this is also enshrined in the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. To answer to the threat of weapons of mass destruction, so WMD, and chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, cyber, threats, UNOCT developed a program on countering terrorist use of weapons. We work on conventional weapons, small arms light weapons, IED, unmanned aircraft systems, and non-conventional weapons, as I mentioned earlier, and to enhance capacity of member states in addressing the terrorist acquisition and use of those weapons. Our work revolves around 4 areas. So threat assessment, I will give you more information on the threat assessment that we did. That will then guide our capacity building delivery, prevention response, and of course in collaboration and coordination with international partners. Radiological nuclear terrorism threat, I think it's something that for some people nuclear is synonymous of progress. For many it's synonymous of danger. So what are we really talking about here? A small definition. We are talking about radiological and nuclear weapons. What radiological weapons can be what we call RDD, radiological dispersive device, disseminating radioactive material to cause destruction, damage, injury, what we call, dirty bomb. It would be basically associating radiological material with conventional explosives. Radiological exposure device designed to intentionally expose people to radiation. For instance, a sealed radioactive source hidden below your seats. Hopefully this is not the case today. Honorable Camille just checked. Nuclear weapons can be military weapons. We all are quite familiar with this. But it can be also improvised nuclear device, what we call IND. That might be constructed by non-state actors. Here we will only talk about non-state actors. We will only talk about terrorists. So they can be utilized to the energy of this produced by the splitting, okay, this is a little bit technical, but or fission of atomic nuclei to generate tremendous explosive force, heat, radiation. You have in mind maybe Hiroshima. Growing threat of radiological and nuclear terrorism. So here I'm giving you figures from the International Atomic Energy Agency database that they have a database on illicit trafficking of those material. This is a great tool for us. And I forgot to mention that we often start our presentation with important data mentioned by Serge Strubans. And thank you for your excellent index that we use very often in our presentation. So you will see here that since 1993, 52% of thefts of radiological and nuclear material occur during authorized transport. Okay? In the last decade, it increased by to 65%. So something is happening here as well. 14% of all incidents involve nuclear material. Remember, nuclear weapon, it could be typically uranium, right? 59% of all incidents involve other radioactive material. Example, sources used in industry, medical application. If you have a hospital, it's very likely that you have radioactive sources. So this is to be kept in mind. 4% of the theft to be related to trafficking or malicious use intent. Is it not a lot? Is it a lot? I think it's already a lot because 87 is undetermined. We don't know what the intent is, right? So here you have the link between, organized crime, criminality, and potentially terrorism. To dive a little bit more into the threat and risk of radiological and nuclear terrorism, we partnered at UNOCT with Interpol to do an analysis of violent non-state actors and their capability to access, use, synthesize, and weaponize CBRNE material. So remember, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and E stands for explosives. We did this, we conducted those studies in different regions, Middle East and North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and Western, Central, and Southern Asia. I will give you some general findings, right, that are common to those. Of course, it's not detailed, but those studies can be available at the request of member states. When it comes to radiological threat landscape, remember I talked about dirty bomb. We see that there's a possible access from both legal, theft of material from state, commercial, industrial facilities, and illicit market. Weaponization is likely, especially in high-risk regions, Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa. We talked about those regions earlier. Through the different types, so radiological dispersal device, radiological exposure device. We have technological enablers. Yesterday we talked a lot about artificial intelligence. We also have UAS or drones, if you want. Example confirmed of theft of radiological material in Southeast Asia. Now, nuclear threat landscape. It's a little bit more challenging for, or actually way more challenges for non-state actor to access weapon-grade nuclear material in the short term, because it's nearly unavailable at the moment on the illicit market, but there's a confirmed interest. In terms of weaponization, it's unlikely they have the capability, again, to enrich, let's say, uranium, but you can't exclude this possibility in the medium or long term. They would, of course, use improvised nuclear device. When we talk about this, they could buy a nuclear weapon from a state, but it's even more unlikely. We have example of tentative to steal large quantity of uranium in North Africa. Maybe you heard about that. Or stolen uranium, more recently in 2022, stolen uranium pellet in Tajikistan. I'm sorry we're mentioning Tajikistan again, but because they declared this theft and are very much involved in fighting against radiological and nuclear terrorism, and they reported this theft to the IAEA. So you see, international mechanism is the way forward. To sort of echo to echo on what we discussed yesterday, emerging technology. It's a catalyzing effect as well. Some colleague from the Geneva Center for Security Policy mentioned that we could use, for instance, a drone with chemical biomaterial. It's the same with radiological material. There's currently an intelligence gaps in understanding the role of the darknet as source for some of this material. We know that ChatGPT is a possible threat multiplier. It's no surprise to anyone here. And weaponization through UAS. There were cases in Japan, if you want to take a look, of drone with radiation detection, radiation on it, threatening the house of the Prime Minister. Crime terror nexus. Well, theft of radiological material during authorized transport is rising, with a significant share of incidents linked to trafficking. You see, since the last decade, up to 65%. Low availability of radiological and nuclear material makes it a lucrative target for organized crime groups. They have a high resale price as well. The darknet, so currently we have lack of intelligence on this, but we know that it's a key platform for trafficking of illicit material in general and could serve to source radiological and nuclear material. So the impact of this. When it comes to nuclear material or nuclear weapon, the impact is immense. We know we have example with Hiroshima. When it comes to radiological nuclear terrorism, it's a little bit lower in terms of physical and health damage, but far-reaching and long-lasting psychological and social consequences that are enormous. It's what we call low probability, high impact threat, or the swan, black swan scenario that one of our colleagues mentioned, I think yesterday, or doctor mentioned this, or importance of the international community role, strengthening international legal framework, and I will tackle on one of the very important convention, ICSANT. And of course, enhancing member states' capacity through the strategy that can be a guide for our work. Few words on ICSANT. It was adopted in 25 by UN General Assembly by consensus. Currently, we have 126 state parties as of December 2024. So there is a need for universalization. We're far from universalization. So we're working toward this. I will now give more detail on this. It calls for cooperation among member states in preventing nuclear terrorist attacks by sharing information and assisting each other with criminal investigation. Most importantly, it's part of the 19 international legal instruments to prevent terrorist acts. So those are why adhere to ICSANT, facilitates international cooperation, it has a deterrent effect, contributes to reducing risk of impunity, common definition when it comes to nuclear security. And also, it may contribute states to for their compliance with obligations deriving from relevant United Nations Security Council resolution, and in particular, if you're familiar with the topic of weapons of mass destruction, UNSCR 1540. So, to promote universalization and implementation of this important convention, we partnered with the European Union to develop a project where we will focus our efforts on universalization, effective implementation, including with parliaments, with national parliaments. We have discussed this convention. We promote this convention with parliaments. I'll give you more detail on this activity in a minute. We have involved more than 100 member states, close to 900 government officials. We focus on universalization, but also effective implementation. I like the metaphor that Nathalie Goulet used. Yeah, we can't only focus on universalization and sign a convention, we also need to implement it. So this is also a work that we're doing. When it comes to our work with the Parliament, and this is where you get, I hope, even more interested, we try to engage and raise awareness on the importance of ratifying this convention. So we work with member states that are not yet party to ICSANT. We worked in Togo, thanks to some of our colleagues here that helped us organize this, with Albania as well. And we work closely with those events together with our colleague from the Office of Parliamentary Engagement. In the Philippines and Tajikistan. Out of those 4, 2 ratified a year after we conducted this event. It's 50%, it's good, and we want to continue the good work. So what we do, we explain why it's important to adhere to ICSANT. We inform about the threat of nuclear terrorism, maybe a little bit more in detail. This is done in cooperation with regional parliaments, international organizations, IAEA, Interpol. We convene members of parliaments, of course, but not only. Minister of Foreign Affairs, high-level official, other relevant agencies and ministries. So we are available to organize any of those events in countries that have not yet ratified the convention. And with your help, maybe we can see, and I know that Dr. Ashraf Abdelaziz mentioned the importance of ratification of this convention, so we would be happy to discuss further, to discuss where we could engage, which country could be interested towards ratification of this convention. And that's it for me, so thank you very much. I also have a slide here, maybe you will see, okay, it's a lot, but you'll see some from your parliamentary assembly, which countries have not ratified ICSANT, from European Union, from Sahel region, any region is concerned. So we'd look forward to discuss with you and see how we can collaborate first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Fanny, I think this is a very good slide, the last one. So, and I just want just 2 things. One of them is that I have only 2 speakers, and I would like to have them as a closed list, because then we can go for lunch. We will have the 3rd session if you want, unless it is something specifically on this topic. But we have a 3rd session in which you can explain all the work that you do, and this is what we are expecting from the 3rd session, so that we can catch up a bit on time. But if you want to, if you have anything specific on the topic of the Nexus, please feel free to raise your hand or your name, and then I will give you the floor. Yeah, and the second thing is that I really insist and invite you to to observe the good practice that we had with our team, with Fanny, and the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE in facilitating the work with Albania, which ended in the ratification of the ICSANT. So that was really a good practice of how this coordination mechanism really facilitate an advanced work on preventing and countering terrorism, specifically by the convention. So you have seen the countries that belong to your parliamentary assemblies that are still pending of ratification. So we invite you to reach out to us, or we will also reach out to you most probably, but to reach out to us and to see which work what we can do together with Fanny. And just to tell you, it's very important to ratify. I mean, not ratifying is a voluntary decision of the country, you know much better than I do. Ratifying means that it is a voluntary commitment to implement the treaty. And we are here to help both in the ratification and in the implementation process also by our teams in UNOCT, in UNODC. I speak also on behalf of them because they are very active on that issue. So please don't hesitate. And with that, I would like to give the floor first to the chair of our coordination mechanism, indeed, Honorable Camille Aydin from the OSCE EPA. Please,
Yes, I would like to start with my thanks to the distinguished speakers for their invaluable comments about the topic, which is very crucial, and resorting to your common sense and understanding. I feel that it's my prime responsibility to take the floor on this crucial topic, addressing the nexus between transnational organized crime and terrorism. This dangerous convergence poses one of the most significant threats to global peace, security, and development in our time. Terrorism and transnational organized crime are increasingly intertwined, forming a symbiotic relationship that amplifies their destructive impact. Terrorist organizations rely on criminal networks for financial resources, weapons, logistics, and even recruitment, as you have already pointed out. Illicit activities such as drug trafficking, human smuggling, illegal arms trade, and money laundering often serve as critical lifelines for terrorist operations. Turkey, as a country at the crossroads of the continents and cultures, has been a frontline state in the fight against terrorism and organized crime. We have witnessed firsthand how these threats destabilize nations, destroy lives, and undermine collective security. The PKK terrorist organization's direct involvement in drug trafficking is a drastic example of the symbiotic nature of terrorism and transnational organized crime. This terrorist network engages in, and according to some international reports like Europol and EUDA, even controls trafficking and marketing of narcotic drugs across Europe. Drug trafficking remains one of its indispensable sources to finance its terrorist activities. The PKK has also been organizing the street vending of illegal drugs in Western Europe, allowing it to benefit from retail prices. This price advantage encourages the terrorist organization to be more active in this illegal business. Therefore, information sharing on the suspected individuals who are involved in street vending and subject to investigations is also crucial in terms of prevention of financing of terrorism. It is of utmost importance that law enforcement and judicial authorities work together against transnational organized crime and improve collaboration to prevent financing of terrorism through organized crime, particularly drug trafficking. This is not merely a regional concern, it is a global challenge that requires coordinated and robust international responses. No country can address this nexus alone. We must enhance intelligence sharing, strengthen border security, and establish mechanisms to track and dismantle criminal networks across borders. We, as members of this distinguished assembly, must act decisively. Our counterterrorism strategies must integrate efforts to dismantle transnational criminal networks. At the same time, we must address the socio-economic and political conditions that allow these networks to flourish. Once again, I would like to emphasize that together we can build a safer and more just world where the rule of law and human dignity prevail over violence and criminality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin, for this very relevant message and intervention. We take very, very well note of that. I would like now to give the floor to the next intervention, to Honorable Ayman Negra from the Arab Parliament. Please, you have the floor.
شكرا مرة أخرى أجدد الشكر.
Thank you, thank you. I would like to thank once over again the CSE for organizing this meeting and the importance of the topics that have been dealt with in the sessions up to now. The nexus between criminal, organized crime and terrorism requires some small considerations. First of all, organized crime that is cross-border has several forms and has also to do with the movement of large quantities of money and especially for the trafficking in human beings, also especially young women, and smuggling of drugs and weapons. Of course, both terrorism and organized crime are two risks that are not just limited to be risks that can be faced by a country only. These are risks that have a national but also an international dimension. We have to interrupt this connection. We have to understand the connection between terrorism and organized crime and find a mechanism to interrupt it. In 1924, at the Institute for Peace and for International Peace, in 2024, the Institute for International Peace said that in its report said that there is an evidence of connection. When we talk about Daesh or ISIS, if you want to know, if you want to call it with another name, the Sahel represents the area where this connection is clearer. The organizations, terrorist organizations working in that area are coordinating with the organized crime, especially for the kidnapping of people with request of ransom and trafficking in human beings. So we have to support the initiative of the Arab Parliament, the initiative that is called the Call from Sahel. This, through the cooperation between the countries of the Mediterranean and the organizations that want to support parliaments in fighting organized crime and terrorism. The connection, the nexus between these two domains has become one of the main risks to our security, and it is something that is discussed also at the level of the United Nations. We know we have seen that the last two General Assemblies of the United Nations talked about that, and this was done to push governments to set up more effective projects in breaking these relations and in coordinating themselves better, as on the other hand, terror and criminal organizations are doing. They are coordinating very well. This is a shared responsibility. No government can act on its own. Parliaments at regional, international level must play a great role in this sector. They must work on the implementation of the existing agreements and conventions that have to do with this, and they have to implement these international agreements and conventions also through their national laws, and also they have to implement the 3 additional protocols of the United Nations. I believe that the commitment on this, our commitment on this, doesn't have to stop on just writing agreement. What is very important is to create the basis and the legislative guarantees to be able to implement these agreements on the ground. So I would like to say that this particular challenge requires creative and clever answers. I believe the type of meetings we're having here today have a very important role. In other occasions in which the OSCE is organizing other conferences, as this one, we have to reiterate our commitment. And I would like to thank you for holding the conference here.
The importance of of ratifying the agreements and to implement them. As said, we will be very happy to continue this work with any of you. So I will give the floor to the last intervention of this session to Honorable Damding from the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, please.
Thank you for excellent presentations, and this presentation on extent was very interesting. And in fact, the fact that you have 126 countries ratified so far is a great deal. Why I'm saying this? Quite recently, the West and East, as a result of saber rattling, changed their nuclear doctrines, and silently it has changed nuclear parity and nuclear security environment completely. There is fundamental change. Many countries are silent about it, but their approach to nuclear security has changed. This means before, on our security issues, we were relying on non-proliferation treaty, that some countries could have nuclear weapons and most would not and will not, because they will be relying on their nuclear security on responsible use of those few countries that are privileged to keep and have these nuclear weapons. And now this game has changed, which means from now on, having more countries ratify ICSANT will be very difficult, because they do not trust on the existing nuclear security arrangement. And those who so far have not ratified it, they will be less interested ratifying it anymore. And I've been talking about this in many international conferences around the world many times. Many countries think that, oh, smaller countries anyway, you cannot afford to have nuclear weapons. But it's not the case. You know, there are many countries like, you know, Brazil, Argentina, Germany, most of the European countries are capable of having it. And technologically, Japan, South Korea can have them. And if North Korea could develop with their economy nuclear weapon, there is no small country that cannot afford to do it. And that is something that we have to remember, and something has to be done with regard to really stopping to rattle sabers with regard to nuclear security. Because once, if it is not brought back to the normal track, for example, this sort of treaties will not be going on further. Those who have not ratified will not be ratifying, thinking rationally. And that is the real risk, and how we change this situation, and especially the role of the UN. I know many countries are disillusioned, have you know, lost optimism and belief in UN system, but there is no other alternative but the UN at the moment. And it's not the fault of the UN that UN is not you know, strong. It's the fault of member countries that chose not to follow the UN rules. You know, sometimes I really think that how many top decision makers have actually read the UN Charter? How many of them have read how we came about to drafting that UN Charter? How dear and at what cost we have come to that charter? And without reading, many of them are just saying that UN system is not good enough. No, it's a very good system. Just we ourselves are destroying or are not respecting it fully. So it's really up to our choice as well. So again, the UN role would be how to bring back the credibility that it used to have. It would be a very important question. And only after that, countries will be joining further this ICNAT, the convention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dandin. Yeah, I just wanted to give like maximum a minute, okay, to each of the panelists. Just to respond, there have been not many questions, to be honest, but yeah, I think, Fanny, you wanted to respond, yeah.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your intervention. I just really wanted to put the emphasis on the fact that ICSAN, so International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, is regard to terrorism, non-state actors. We're not talking about state actors. This is not the non-proliferation treaty. So we can say, and I understand your point, but here we're talking about preventing terrorism, terrorists, non-state actors for acquiring material, radiological or nuclear material. When it comes to nuclear weapons, this is something, as I said, a little bit more complicated. However, radiological weapon is accessible to non-state actors. So just want to put the emphasis on this. We're talking about terrorists. We're not talking about the states here.
Thank you, Fanny. So I will take advantage and come from you to myself with the final comments, if any of the panelists wants. Mr. Perisi, if you have a final comment, please. Or okay, Honorable Zoffili. Okay, please, Madame Goulet.
Oui, je voudrais revenir une minute sur les conventions internationales.
I would like to come back on international treaties and international conventions. I think that we do not have to underestimate their importance. I didn't want to say that they are not important, but I wanted to say that the efficacy of international convention depends on the will of the countries, and we see very well what is happening with the Security Council, with the Court of Justice, and also with international law that is not well implemented and applied in this moment of our time, you know. So I would like to say that international treaties and the work of the OSCE that works very well, especially on the BIPs, that is a very good tool against fraud and fiscal evasion. Well, and once more, I think, and this is my personal opinion, I think that all these fights are political ones, and so they depend on the political will of the members of the member states themselves.
This, I'm happy to close this fantastic session. Thanking, yeah, absolutely, please.
No, grazie.
Well, thank you. I've seen that here in the room we have the head of the international relations for our parliament, Mr. Di Napoli. I would like to greet him. Mr. Di Napoli, the head of our international relations of our parliament, is here in the room. I would like to thank him and thank also the president of the CCT, Kamen Aiden. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I leave you the floor again.
Zoffili. So, yeah, thank you to all the experts, and then please, we can go for lunch, and yeah, we will try to resume like at 2:40 maximum. Okay? Yeah. Thank you very much.
we should continue and then to find a good end of these 2 days. When we started with this coordination mechanism, we had in our mindset that it's very important to learn from each other, so to get an information about recent engagement in this field on countering terrorism and fighting violent extremism, and to get to know what the different parliamentary assemblies have on their agenda about planned activities, and also thinking about what should be on the agenda when we have these coordination meetings, when we meet to have these policy dialogues. So let's start. Everyone, each parliamentary assembly is invited for a statement, not too long, but long enough that we get informed. So, thank you for the first one. Who will start? Okay, so the second one. Thank you very much, Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean.
Okay, thank you. As it has been already mentioned in the previous sessions, beyond existing practices in the physical realm, both terrorist organizations and criminal networks are now exploring methods to expand their operational outreach, increase revenues, and recruit new members in the cyber and virtual domains. In 2024, PAM has implemented many activities to address the threats posed by terrorist and criminal groups. For example, the highly lucrative nature of trafficking in persons and migrant smuggling for the financing of terrorist and criminal networks, often carried out together with drug and arms smuggling operations, and that represents a very significant threat still being faced within the PAM regions. Taking that into consideration, the PAM Secretariat circulated to all members and partner parliaments 2 important questionnaires, one on the trafficking in persons and migrant smuggling, and another on the prevention and countering of terrorism and violent extremism conducive to terrorism. The answers collected through those questionnaires will be reflected in 2 dedicated reports, which will be presented at the 19th plenary session of PAM and will be also shared with PAM partners. In addition, PAM launched a communication campaign focused on trafficking in persons and migrant smuggling, partnering, among others, the UNODC and PACE, whose contents are available on the website of the Assembly. As Juan Yagubi highlighted yesterday, throughout 2024, PAM researchers devoted a major part of their work on the threat related to the malicious use of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies by terrorist and criminal organizations. PAM has already published 2 major reports. The first is on the malicious use of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies by terrorist and criminal groups, impact on security, legislation, and governance. Prepared in partnership with the UN Security Council Counterterrorism Executive Directorate, the 3 main practical outcomes of this report are: the first, the establishment of a global parliamentary observatory on the misuse of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies in San Marino. Second, the daily and weekly publication of a digest including news and analysis on trends related to artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Third, the report itself will be presented to the members of the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee in New York in 2025. PAM's second report is on bioterrorism and agroterrorism, the impact on human security and safety. This prepared in collaboration with the European Centre for Disaster Medicine of the Council of Europe and FAO. In the meantime, the Assembly is working on 2 additional reports, respectively dedicated to the resilience of democratic systems in relation to the misuse of artificial intelligence and new technologies, and the use of spywares and their legislative regulation, again in partnership with CTD. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this first report. Do we have others for the moment? If not,
okay, we have IPA online.
Okay, we get one report online. Please, if you could give us your report. Meanwhile, the colleague from Mali, if it takes time. No, my friend, Secretary General Aidicado. Please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like just to give you a piece of information on an activity that we have carried out in 2024. The conference that we organized in Jamena, and this conference focused on a very precise theme, how to take up the challenge of peace and security by promoting the involvement and the independence of young people. And we organized this in October 2024. And we would like to organize a conference in November 2025 in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But the theme has not been chosen yet, but very soon we're going to reflect upon it, and we're going to choose a theme according to the preoccupations of African parliamentarians, especially in combating terrorism. So maybe a friend from Mali would like to add something. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I think that there are 41 national assemblies within our association, and this is a very important parliamentary organization, and we have a challenge linked to terrorism in Africa. And so it's a very, very major concern. And as a parliamentarian from UPA, we would like to organize a meeting in 2025 on the issue of the establishment and financing of terrorism and the fight against terrorism and criminal organizations. So this is important because if we cannot break the link between financiers and terrorists, we will never be able to put an end to this scourge that is wreaking havoc in our continent. On a national level, within the National Council for the Transition in Mali, I would like to share with you that our parliament adopted a resolution to set up a network of parliamentarians from Mali to fight against terrorism. This is a very strong position of our parliament to positively contribute to the fighting against terrorism. So Unfortunately, Mali ranks third in the ranking of the consequences of terrorism. So we are going to create this network and we are going to work out an action plan. I think that our participation in this very important meeting will allow us to plan concrete activities that can really provide a contribution to the fight against terrorism and to strengthening the engagement and the participation of our members of parliament. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The next on my list is OSCE, PA. Please, Mr. Dr. Tamdin.
Dear colleagues, since our last meeting in Istanbul, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly has continued to promote parliamentary engagement, monitor trends, share lessons learned, and develop innovative policy guidance on counterterrorism through a number of targeted initiatives. On the margins of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly annual session in Bucharest this summer, the committee held its 18th official meeting, which focused on our cooperation with the United Nations, and it included a presentation of the new parliamentary handbook on promoting the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1373 on countering terrorism by the UNOCT's David Alamus Martinez. Let me take this opportunity to thank you again, David, for the great cooperation we enjoy with your office. Moreover, during the annual session in Bucharest, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly unanimously adopted the CCT-sponsored resolution on artificial intelligence and fight against terrorism, which we presented yesterday. Summarizing, the resolution recognizes the dual nature of the AI in the context of terrorism. If, on the one hand, its potential misuse by terrorists and violent extremists poses a significant threat to international security, on the other, it represents a new ally on counterterrorism authorities due to its fast processing and predictive capacities. With this timely resolution, we hope to inspire national parliaments and other parliamentary assemblies to take similar actions on this important issue, always placing the protection of individual freedoms at the core of all counterterrorism efforts. In October, our counterterrorism committee dived into the Irish experience in addressing violent extremism during its 19th official meeting at the margins of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly autumn meeting in Dublin. Assistant Commissioner of the Crime and Security Intelligence Service of Ireland's National Police and Security Service, Mr. Michael McIlgan, exchanged views and lessons learned from the past with our members, also exploring future challenges. Finally, in November, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly actively contributed to the UNOCT Youth Parliamentary Forum on promoting youth perspectives in parliamentary responses to terrorism and violent extremism. At the forum, Austrian Member of Parliament David Stogmüller and fellow CCT member Gerosima Pejovic presented our assembly and briefed colleagues on our efforts to incorporate youth perspectives into our counterterrorism initiative at all levels. Looking ahead, our assembly will co-organize an important panel discussion on parliamentary approaches to the use of information and communication technologies in counterterrorism. On sidelines of the 2024 Internet Governance Forum in Riyadh on December 18th. Through this event, we aim to build our recent policy work on the impact of artificial intelligence and further explore the special role of youth in this context. Next year, in fact, our Counterterrorism Committee plans to convene first in Vienna for its 20th official meeting in February, and then again in Porto, Portugal, later in July. Both meetings will feature presentations of experts with a focus on national experiences and emerging trends, such as the nexus between organized crime and terrorism and the impact of uncontrolled migratory movements on radicalization that leads to terrorism. The multifaceted relationship between preventing violent extremism and unregulated, uncontrolled migration is high on our national agendas, and it requires a balanced approach. While we do not want to stigmatize migrants who play a key role in socioeconomic development of our countries, we should also acknowledge that unregulated mass migration can exacerbate local tensions and create conditions that may fuel radicalization. Finally, we plan on continuing our practice of conducting field visits to different OSCE Parliamentary Assembly participating states, enabling us to exchange crucial insights gained in our respective countries and foster alignment on various matters outlined in our agenda. We're currently exploring options for 2025. As always, we stand ready to partner with interested assemblies to extend the reach of our actions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this comprehensive report. Now from the French Senate, Madame Collier.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, moi, j'appartiens pas à une assemblée parlementaire traditionnelle dans cette maison.
Yes, Mr. President, I do not belong to a parliamentary assembly, and it is the first time that I participate in your work. And since I see you have a coordination meeting, I would like to take a few minutes to explain you an idea that I have. Maybe you can perhaps open a site, a physical place where each of our members could tell his or her ideas and tell us which events they have foreseen with their own organizations every year, so that we can share our mutual experiences. Otherwise, we are going to repeat always the same things and talk about these things only among ourselves. So we have information means, and so quite well developed digital means, and so every assembly could present its works and share the outcome of these works. You know, sometimes the assemblies, they do not know what the other assembly is doing, so it should be nice to group all these events in only one single website.
At the end, to David Allen, as the chief of the office, maybe he can give you a direct answer. Now, after Europe, Africa, we have Asia. It is an honor for us that the Deputy Secretary of the Asian Interparliamentary Assembly will be now online, hopefully.
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome.
And we can see you. And we saw you.
Excellency, distinguished colleagues, thank you for the kind invitation to participate in this important forum. While we regret being unable to attend in person due to prior commitments, it is an honor to share IPA's efforts on counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. So my presentation will outline IPA's ongoing and upcoming activities that contribute to these critical efforts. So countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism has been one of IPA's priority areas. This commitment was further reinforced in our strategic plan to promote peace and security in the ASEAN region. And in the past 20 years, IPA has adopted 12 resolutions relevant to the countering terrorism and prevention of violent extremism. The latest resolution on the threat of terrorism violent extremism, and radicalization was adopted last year during the 44th IPA General Assembly. The resolution emphasizes a comprehensive approach to counterterrorism, advocating for enhanced legal frameworks, regional and international cooperation, and public awareness. It also calls for parliamentary oversight to ensure effective measures and resource allocation, promote societal inclusion to address radicalization, and highlight strengthening cybersecurity to counter online threats. The ASEAN member states have made significant progress in addressing terrorism and violent extremism through various initiatives, and these include the ratification of international and regional conventions on CTPVE, enacting national laws, and establishing coordinating bodies. However, the level of implementation and specific approaches vary across the region. And most ASEAN member states have demonstrated their strong commitment by ratifying key regional and international conventions. At the national level, most of ASEAN member states have enacted laws to align their policies with international commitments, such as those on counterterrorism, anti-money laundering, and weapons control. While these efforts reflect a strong collective commitment, there remains room for further harmonization and collaboration across the region. Another notable IPA initiative is the establishment of IPA Link, a web-based digital law library launched in June this year. And this online platform is designed to enhance legal transparency and foster the harmonization of laws across ASEAN. By systematically storing and sharing knowledge on ASEAN and member states' rules and regulations, IPA Link aims to create an accessible and cohesive legal framework that supports legislative transparency and regional policy alignment. More than a repository, IPA Link serves as a dynamic regional policy monitoring platform featuring 3 tiers of legal documents, so the ASEAN instruments, IPA resolutions, and also the national legislations. And this integrated structure provides users with access to a broad spectrum of legal documents, including those directly related to counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. The development of plan of action and implementation framework on women political participation and leadership also demonstrates our commitment to promoting gender equality and inclusivity in governance. And at the 45th IPA General Assembly in October this year, the 2 strategic documents were adopted, and these frameworks emphasize the integration of peace, security, inclusive growth, and development as fundamental elements, with a strong focus on the women, peace, and security, particularly in the participation and representation pillar. IPA is also undertaking a significant structural transformation with the conversion of our Advisory Council on Dangerous Drugs into Advisory Council on Transnational Crime. And this transformation reflects the growing need for a comprehensive approach to address a range of pressing security challenges, including terrorism. While the transformation process is still ongoing, efforts are being made to redefine the Council's mandate to also encompass various transnational crimes such as terrorism, cybercrime, and also money laundering. IPA's recent efforts to enhance its role in regional and international initiatives on CTPVE. IPA has actively participated in high-level dialogues at the regional level, and these engagements underscore IPA's commitment to aligning its activities with ASEAN's strategic goals for peace and security. And this year, IPA also participated in the 5th Counterterrorism Coordinating Meeting of Parliamentary Assemblies organized by UN Society in Istanbul, and it was IPA's our first in-person participation in the meeting, and we are grateful for the opportunity to engage directly with other regional parliamentary bodies and enhance collaboration on global CTPVE efforts. We also joined the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians in Doha, where our female MPs, IPA Secretary General, and also the Chair of Women Parliamentarians of IPA or WIPA, it's one of our standing committee, participated in the event. Another key event we participated in is was the fourth Bali Work Plan, a multi-stakeholder engagement that provided a platform for ASEAN stakeholders, including IPA and relevant ASEAN bodies and entities, to share updates on the implementation of the Bali Work Plan on countering terrorism and preventing violent extremism. We also further strengthen our partnership by participating in the ASEAN-UK Regional Workshop Series on counterterrorism and violent extremism, focusing on shared learning and capacity building. A significant milestone this year was the signing of a memorandum of understanding between IPA and the International Parliament for Tolerance and Peace. And all these engagements collectively highlight our endeavor in advancing CTPVE initiatives through strengthened partnerships, capacity building, and also regional cooperation. So IPA has planned several key initiatives for next year to enhance our efforts in CTPVE. The IPA Young Political Leaders Program, we will bring together young parliamentarians from IPA member parliaments and youth representatives from ASEAN member states and Timor-Leste. And this program aims to promote peace, security, and inclusive growth while empowering future leaders to address regional challenges collaboratively. We will also begin implementing the adopted frameworks on women political participation and leadership, and we plan to convene a focus group discussion on the transformation of our Council on Drugs into IPA Act, the Advisory Council on Transnational Crime, to refine its expanded mandate, enabling the Council to address a broader range of transnational crimes, including terrorism. And finally, IPA looks forward to formalizing our partnership with the UNOCT through the signing of an MOU. We are excited to partner with UNOCT to advance innovative and inclusive approaches in addressing the evolving challenges of counterterrorism and violent extremism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your long list of activities and your energy. The next on my list is Ambassador Sijani, Deputy Secretary General of the Parliamentary Union of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Member States. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Reinhold and Mr. David. Thank you. في البداية أريد أن أقدم الشكر الجزيل على منظمين.
I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting, starting from the OSD and the Doha Project Office and the Italian Parliament, of course, that has hosted us in this wonderful venue. We would like to thank them for the very good hospitality we have received. This year, we have signed, well, we were successful in signing, I would say, the Memorandum of Understanding between our union and the OSCE, and we in the future will sign other agreement for coordination and cooperation among our two organizations. It's a lot of time, many years, that we've been deeply interested in countering terrorism. And we have 4 commissions, a political one, a cultural one, a financial one, and another for human rights and women's rights. And each of these commissions or committees study how it is possible to counter terrorism according to their specific field of activity. We participate in your meetings. We have participated in the past 2 or 3 years in Istanbul, in Doha, in your meetings, in our meetings, I would say. At the beginning of this year, the beginning of 2024, there was here a conference in the Ivory Coast, in the city of Abidjan, and the political committee is the one, the political commission is the one that dealt with the issue of terrorism. And for the first time, we saw that also the Culture Commission had its role in trying and eliminating the climate that can be produced by terrorism, and then analyzing all the aspects that could create a fertile ground for the development of terrorism. Therefore, we took a new decision in terms of the young people and for the protection of young people to counter terrorism. So I would like to read a few excerpts of this decision that we have taken, resolution, I would say, that we have taken. First of all, we have to develop innovative techniques that could diminish in a substantial way the communication skills and the way in which these terror organizations can reach out to our youth, so to limit their capacity of carrying out terrorist actions and make them more difficult to implement. Second point, we have to clarify exactly what we mean by artificial intelligence, because the use of this technology could become a tool in the hands of terror organizations, both for purposes, information purposes and propaganda purposes. And the members of these commissions require to improve education of the young people so that their resilience to the terror propaganda or terrorist propaganda could be increased. And number 4, the Commission's request to strengthen relations between the parliaments and the young people, to allow the young people to participate in the decision-making process and in the creation of policy against terrorism by giving the young people the opportunity to feel socially engaged and to develop their skills of communication and improve their conflict resolution capacity through non-violent tools and through a pragmatic thinking and critical thinking. So our assemblies must do whatever it is in their possibilities to counter the hatred speech, any hatred speech, and whatever has to do with religious extremism. Our commissions must multiply their efforts to limit the growth of unemployment and limit the spreading of poverty among young people, because this is what exposes them to the danger of being recruited by terror organizations. The countries that participate in our meetings, our work, have to develop policies and strategies finalized to counter terrorism and violent extremism through any possible initiative that should be necessary to stop the financing to these groups and to contrast those policies that shackle the social unity and produce the climate in which terrorism can develop. We have to give opportunities to our young people. This is what we have in mind, what we want to do to counter terrorism through all our specific commissions, and we will present our results to the General Assembly. So we thank you for this meeting and we wish you any possible success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone who wants to take the floor, so I will ask David if you want to sum up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lopatka. Yeah, maybe I can very briefly refer to the question of Honorable Nathalie Goulet, and then I will, if my team can already start projecting the presentation of the office, I will just take 2 minutes with that. But basically, well, first I would like to thank all of you first for the interventions, but also for having shared with us the calendar of activities. I will project it in the presentation, but this is a very specific and very important tool, which is indeed an Excel table at the end of the day, that gathers and collects all the activities that you are planning to do for the next year. So as usual, you know that we do this survey once a year in the last meeting of the year indeed, to allow and to facilitate collaboration among the parliamentary assemblies for the year to come. So basically, we have been discussing that we are missing a more technological development of all these tools. And the idea is not only that you receive by email, as you have been receiving, but as Madame Goulet has said, also that we can somehow have a nice interface where you can have a friendly manner to check on the activities, your activities that you have reported to us, but how the other parliamentary assemblies are also planning to do the activities so that you can collaborate with each other. But this is our plan. I hope that next year we will be able to overcome the old-fashioned way and enter in this new millennium, basically. If you can, Nur, project the presentation, I will just take 5 minutes maximum of your time to share with you the main activities that have been done. You have referred to most of them because we were very happy to have an excellent support and collaboration with you all. But I will also refer to the initial plan that we have for next year, which is still open, and I encourage you all, if you have any specific suggestion or a request, please to share it with us so that we can also consider that for the final work plan, which still need to be approved in New York. So, okay, well, this is, I'm going to jump some of them because indeed we are all already participants, parliamentary assemblies to the mechanism, so you all know the story of our office, so I will not stop on that. Just on some of the issues, the coordination mechanism, I don't have much to say from my side. I have just to express my gratitude to you because if I look back during all these 3 years of existence of the office, this was the first, I would say, initiative that was launched and settled. And we started with 9 parliamentary assemblies. We are currently 17 parliamentary assemblies participating in the mechanism. But more than that, I would say that thanks to your hard work, your commitment, and especially the fantastic and excellent collaboration that we have been enjoying with OSCE EPA as the presidency of the coordination mechanism. And a special thanks to Honorable Lopatka for all these years of being the chair of the mechanism, and to Honorable Camila Idin also for these last months also as chair of the mechanism, but of course to the Secretariat of OSCE EPA. I think that we have a coordination mechanism that is solid. Basically, that if I compare also those of you that were accompanying us from the very beginning, may also have a similar reflection, is that the level of the discussions and the level of participation and the focus agenda that we are having, thanks to the joint work, I think is the quality is much higher than what was at the very beginning, and we want still to enhance the mechanism. Basically, these are the 17 parliamentary assemblies that are participating currently in the mechanism. Not all of them participate in all the meetings, but this is regularly participation. So we will have in the next session, in order to continue enhancing the coordination mechanism, and it's an invitation for you to start thinking on which kind of suggestion we can take into consideration to enhance this mechanism further and to have it a even more strategic meetings, mechanism, and outcome of this initiative. So some of the results that we would like to share with you since the last coordination mechanism that we had in the month, I think it was May in Istanbul. So from that coordination mechanism till now, we have implemented some initiative. This is one of the largest and major initiatives that we have implemented during this second half of the year was the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians. That was held in Doha. As you may see, this is also a success of the coordination mechanism. If you see how many parliamentary assemblies really supported us in having a successful conference for women parliamentarians, 15 parliamentary assemblies. We had 180 participants, out of them more than 100 women parliamentarians from 55 different countries. It was really a global approach to sorry, this is maybe yeah, okay. That was a global approach to enhancing the role of women parliamentarians in the development and implementation and oversight of counter-terrorism and prevention of violent extremism legislation, policies, and strategies. It is the most important, I would say, conference that we have done under the initiative of the women parliamentarians, and from there we will continue implementing regional and national activities, but I will come to that later. I think I missed the first one. Sorry, yeah, this one. This was the first event that we did. That was, of course, the fifth coordination mechanism, a meeting of the coordination mechanism. You remember we focused the thematic discussion on human rights in the prevention and countering of terrorism, and we also conducted the policy dialogue on the protection of religious sites, symbols, and objects. And that was, of course, done in collaboration with the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE. And we launched also the last tool that we have developed, which was, it was already referred by Honorable Dandin, which is the Parliamentary Handbook on the implementation of the Resolution 1373 of the UN Security Council. Okay, so now I advance to, okay. So this is the this is the youth, the Doha Youth Parliamentary Forum. This is another of the major initiatives that we have implemented this year. It was the first large activity under the youth initiative, under the Young Parliamentarian Initiative, basically. The approach in this initiative has been a bit different than the others. You have seen that the coordination mechanism and the women initiative started from up going down. This is a bottom-up approach. We have done that in Doha. We have liaised with the academia together with the parliament, with the Shura Council, and with the parliamentary assemblies. We had the honor to count on the support of 5 parliamentary assemblies with the African Parliamentary Union, AIPA, PAM, IPU, and the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, that allowed us also to count on young parliamentarians that shared experiences and specific roles with leading students in top 4 universities in Doha, counting also with American universities. So basically, the idea was to open a dialogue between young parliamentarians and students after we have conducted with the student a specific seminar on policy making processes. So the idea with the Youth Forum, I will also let you know in a couple of slides further so that you see what is the plan for the next year. And I'm very happy, extremely happy to be honest, because we planned that in July and we couldn't do that, but we have signed 4 memorandum of understanding virtually with Parlatino, PAPSEC, PUIC, and SADC. We are going to sign today with the African Parliamentary Union, the 5th Memorandum of Understanding of this year. We have in the pipeline already the documents to sign Memorandum of Understanding during next year with the Arab Parliament, with AIPA, with APA, and with ECOWAS. And we have to renew the Memorandum of Understanding that we already have with the OSCE and with IPACA. So this is also a big step for us. We started with almost no Memorandum of Understanding. I think now we have a very good amount of them, and out of them, we need to do action and joint initiative, which I will also touch that in a couple of slides. This is basically just for the next year. We are going to continue launching tools. These two tools you have already here in the past meetings, but we are the first one on the Parliamentary Guide for the Implementation of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy is almost done, so we hope that we will be able to launch in the next few months. And the compendium of good practices and recommended legal provision on data protection, I think it will have to be done during 2020-25. This is in a joint initiative with UNODC and with CTED, and we hope, due to the relevance of the topic, that it can be done as soon as possible. This is the calendar of activities, just to share with you how does it look like. But you have shared with us, and we are very grateful to you, not only activities on countering terrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. The calendar also includes major events that your parliamentary assemblies have shared with us, also for you all to understand, if you want to establish collaboration, which dates are more feasible for that. So we will be sharing that with you as soon as we are able to manage the whole information that you already share. This is the priorities that you also share with us for next year. As you may see, the priorities in 2025, it's the artificial intelligence and new technologies. That's why we conducted yesterday the policy dialogue and the prevention of violent extremism and youth, which has been constantly referred to by several of your interventions. If you see, this is very much in line with the priorities of the year 2023-2024 that continue the same path. We have received responses from, I think, 11 parliamentary assemblies, so we still hope to get more responses so that we can have a bigger calendar, a more comprehensive calendar, and also the priorities. And for the regions, the parliamentary assemblies that are participating in the mechanism are from all over the world, so it is covering the whole world. There is a specific scope or major scope in the Sahel region and in MENA, but also, of course, Africa and Europe are also there. For next year, I would like to refer to some of these initiatives. So the first one is going to be on Africa. We are planning to do the second working group on counterterrorism of national parliaments of Africa. The dates are wrong. I think it is 26 and 27, Osama, no? 25 and 26 of February. So we will do again a high-level parliamentary dialogue of parliaments of Africa, just to catch up on the threats on terrorism, and the second day will be dedicated to the working group. Out of this working group, we expect to have national action plans from the national parliaments, not national action plan, action plans of the national parliaments with some initiative that some of them we can support, and some of them will be also, we will encourage the parliaments to continue working on that. This would include from capacity building, raising awareness, and legislative assistance, but we are open to any other demand or request that we may receive. The Women Parliamentary Initiative that I referred before, the idea is that we will do two things during next year. One of them is going to be the regional approaches to the global forum, the global conference that we had this year. We want to do regional conferences already to tailor the role of the women parliamentarians on CT&PV in the regions. And second, capacity building for women parliamentarians, and also gender mainstreaming in CT&PV in general. Regarding the Forum of Youth Parliamentarians that I already said before, we want to replicate that both nationally but also regionally. So we are already discussing where can we... Okay, so I need to speak slower. So, basically with the youth parliamentarians, we want to replicate nationally, but also regionally. We are now open also to discuss that with you if you have any kind of specific request. And out of the calendar of activities, but out of the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, and this is what I wanted to bring to your attention also, we are already discussing with some parliamentary assemblies to do a specific initiative under the umbrella of the MOUs. So these are two already advanced dialogues that we are having, one with IPA-CIS to do a roundtable on the development of a model of CT and PV legislation to regulate the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies for terrorist purposes, and another one also with PubSec on the impact of terrorism and violent extremism on economic security. We will be very happy to increase the number of joint events with each of the parliamentary assemblies of the mechanism to respond specifically to the topics that you may consider as a priority in your respective assemblies. And this is capacity building, and I'm almost done. What we would like to share with you is that one of the priorities for next year is going to be, we said that raising awareness is very important, but I think we also need to do one step further and provide tools for capacity building. So we are going to develop 2 or 3 modules, 2 for sure, which is training modules for parliamentarians. It will be for parliamentarians, for advisors of the parliament, of the members of the parliament, for parliamentary assemblies, and also for staff of the parliament. Like one on the basics on the legal framework to counter terrorism and prevent violent extremism, with all the resolutions and all the conventions that are important to take into consideration, and a second one on gender mainstreaming in city PV legislation and policy making, and we want to do a third one maybe on artificial intelligence and new technologies, that I think it has been a topic very much welcome during these 2 days. So this is all from my side. Well, last thing maybe that I also wanted to share with you, in 2 weeks we will have a side event also in IGF, in the Internet Governance Forum, together with, we are going to have OSCE EPA collaborating with us for the organization of the event. We are going to count also on the strong support of PAM and CITED. And the idea is that we will also share the launch of the 1373 handbook, but from the perspective of information and communication technologies. So thank you very much. I think the work plan is increasing every year, so thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the applause says all. Thank you very much for the translation. But this is hard work when you're talking faster as I can do it. Okay, so I think now we need a break for 5 or 10 minutes, and then we continue. Thank you.
Yes. Dear colleagues, I know I can read from your face that you are getting sad because we are approaching the end, so you don't want to leave us. And before we conclude our meeting today, we have some housekeeping chores. 3 years in the making, we should take a moment to ponder how our coordination mechanism has been doing so far, and whether we can do things differently and possibly better. After all, it is essential for any forum to develop along with the evolving priorities and realities on the ground, building on the acquired experience of what works well and what could be improved. According to the agenda, we have a few items to address. First and foremost, we should assess whether we need more clarity on how parliamentary assemblies can contribute to the work of our mechanism. Meaning, if we need a formal procedure to allow new assemblies to participate in our sessions. This raises also the question of what our participation or membership entails, whether this is a formal or informal setup or whatever, or whether there are some predetermined criteria to fulfill. Currently, and as far as I understand, there is no such procedure in place, and this has led to some misunderstandings. Our proposal on this matter is simple. Interested assemblies should first express their eagerness to join in writing, and subsequently the matter should be placed before the mechanism for consensual approval. I believe this simple procedure would provide more clarity and transparency, but I am eager to hear your views on this issue in this session, of course. In addition, I look forward to hearing any proposal that could enhance the profile and effectiveness of our engagement, including by holding more or less meetings, holding more aggressive media campaigns, focusing on special issues, etc. Before asking interested assemblies to intervene, though, I would like to ask our Secretariat to share their thoughts and proposals in this regard. And now, in this point, I would like to give the floor to David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin. And yes, it is indeed a pleasure to be in this session. This connects with what we have been spoken before. And it is that as Secretariat, we have been receiving comments maybe on the need at this point, after 2.5 years of existence of the mechanism, to stop and to look whether we need to revise the term of references and to revise also how can we enhance the mechanism. So there are two things maybe with the term of references that we have received as suggestions. The first one refers to whether we would like to have a bit more clarity on how a parliamentary assembly can contribute to the work of the mechanism. Just to give a very brief background, so far, since the establishment of the mechanism, there has been no special proceeding. Basically, the Secretariat has sent invitations to the parliamentary assemblies, participating parliamentary assemblies and non-participating parliamentary assemblies to participate in this coordination mechanism. These kind of actions had the result that we have been growing until 17 parliamentary assemblies, but as we have already said, this is already a very solid mechanism, and maybe we need to understand how to go further from here. So the suggestion has been to somehow, as it has been already mentioned by Honorable Aydin, to have some clarity and not really to make anything heavy or to formalize too much, but at least to have clarity among all of us, how can this go forward. So basically we have projected a paragraph to be included in the term of references, which is basically the tool that we have for the modalities and for the functions of the mechanism, and the paragraph would be included under the section of the modalities, okay? Just to let you know that the term of references have a background And to remind you on that, it has an objective, task, and modalities. And then it has even the list of the current participants. So on the modalities, the paragraph would read, it is just a starting paragraph, okay? So the paragraph or any suggestion that you may have, but whatever it comes from here, it will be shared with all the parliamentary assemblies to have a period of 10 days, more or less. We will define all together also to respond to that. But the paragraph could be something like this, and it reads as following. Participation in the coordination mechanism of parliamentary assemblies is subject to a written expression of interest motivated on the work on counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism and submitted to the Secretariat. Upon receipt, the Secretariat shall notify the Presidency of the coordination mechanism and all participating parliamentary assemblies. The request of the Parliamentary Assembly will be included in the agenda of the following regular meeting of the coordination mechanism for consideration and approval. So it's something very easy. It's just that we get written request, we share with the Presidency, with all of you, and it is included in the agenda of the next meeting of the coordination mechanism. This is the first topic. The second topic that we have also received a suggestion is that currently the term of references include the list of current participating parliamentary assemblies. So maybe it is a bit more rational if we take out the list of parliamentary assemblies out of the term of references, and we have it as a separate document because it is just the list of participating parliamentary assemblies. We don't need that in the term of references. But basically, these are the two main topics that we have received. So, Honorable Aydin, with this, I give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, David, for your clarification and by identifying key areas for development of the coordination mechanism and the details. I'm confident now, that the new presidency, with the support of UNOCT, will work hard to implement our guidance and boost the effectiveness of this format. Dear colleagues, let us now move to the presentation of the Parliamentary Assembly, which has been nominated to preside over the coordination mechanism in 2025. Yes, but I am going to leave it at the end.
Okay, for all the suggestions on the term of references, we also plan.
Yes, we.
Okay, we do the presentation. I think we do everything.
Yes, yes. I'm going to finish what has been done so far by the presidency. Then, yes, we can leave the floor to them. Yes. I am eager to hear how PAM intends to build on work done so far, because, yes.
Honorable Superman is going to come out.
Shall I carry on with the things done so far, and then I can.
But this is the presentation for the.
Yes,
for the
his presentation.
Please.
Yes. Shall I keep? We do that. I think, sorry to bother to interrupt. I am going to. You see, I am going to.
I already did. Don't tell anyone.
You see?
How much is that?
Two presidents together, It's a matter of. Yes. Let us now move to the presentation of the Parliamentary Assembly, which has been nominated to preside over the coordination mechanism. I am repeating myself. In 2025, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. But I am eager to, hear how PAM intends to build on the work done so far. So it is under our, let's say, responsibility. So would you let me to carry on with this? What we have done, so it can be very exemplifying for the future work will be done by you. Speaking of which, I would like to briefly take stock of what has been accomplished during the last 2.5 years of our presidency. As mentioned in the opening, for the OSCPA, it has been an honor to chair the work of this important forum since June 2022. We have been the very first assembly to do so, which implied some additional organizational challenges, which we tried to address responsibly in the exclusive interest of the mechanism with our UNOCT colleagues. As a matter of fact, back in June 2022, the mechanism itself was little more than an interesting idea. 2.5 years later, it has evolved into a vibrant, well-consolidated reality, able to regularly bring together dozens of legislators from across the globe around the same table to discuss top security issues. In this regard, I am particularly grateful to our Honorable Reinhold Lopatka, who is here with us today for his visionary leadership and steadfast commitment to making this mechanism a successful platform for interparliamentary engagement and cooperation. Notably, under the OSCPA presidency, the mechanism met officially 4 times in our 4 different locations, namely in Doha, Vienna, Istanbul, and Rome. On the margins of these meetings, we also held 4 important policy dialogues focusing on top shared priorities, including artificial intelligence, protection vulnerable targets, border security, human rights and prevention of radicalization, with a view to shape a common parliamentary understanding of these complex issues. Moreover, on behalf of the mechanism, the OSCPA directly contributed to the numerous international and regional initiatives, including expert seminars and high-level conferences, promoting parliamentarianism around the world and bringing visibility to our joint efforts. Just to mention a few recent examples, we actively engaged in the recent Doha Youth Parliamentary Forum on promoting youth perspectives in parliamentary responses to terrorism and violent extremism, and in the 2024 Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians on the role of women parliamentarians in the development, implementation, and oversight of counterterrorism and prevention of violent extremism legislation, policies, and strategies. Finally, owing to the UNOCT's committed support, a common calendar of activities of parliamentary assemblies was created, where we can easily keep track of our past and upcoming initiatives. Confirming this positive account, I am pleased to report that over the last 2 years, the mechanism steadily grew to reach 18 participating assemblies, now including interparliamentary fora from Africa, Asia, Europe, the MENA region, and Latin America, thus making its reach truly global. Ultimately, I sincerely hope that we have succeeded in building a common house for our parliamentarians. After all, raising legislators at the core of the counterterrorism has been our goal since June 2022, when we were chosen by you to coordinate our work. Looking ahead, it's imperative to ensure that this forum remains a safe haven for policymakers from across the globe to share their concerns, experiences, and projects. A privileged format where assemblies can join forces and launch new initiatives. A unique platform where legislators can interface with experts. And a reliable vehicle through which we may convey requests for technical assistance to international organizations. This is precisely what we lobbied for back in 2019, a mechanism owned by parliamentarians and, of course, working for parliamentarians. A mechanism with a rotating presidency where each assembly feels part of the process and is ready to add value in good faith. All of this would have been possible without our friend at UNOCT, and I am therefore grateful, first and foremost, to them for their amazing work despite many challenges. Well done, David. And Murat, now I would like to honestly just shout loudly, thank you. Well done, David, Murat, Noor, and Usama. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am also very grateful to my own team, of course, at the OSCPA International Secretariat. who proved critical to sharpen our focus, bring continuity to our efforts, and transform our vision into tangible results. Today, as we hand over the presidency to the next Parliamentary Assembly, we pledge to stay fully committed to this process. And now I am very ready to announce Mr. Ambassador, and I would like to give the floor to him and to hear his recommendations and feelings and whatever he is planning to say then. The floor is yours, sir.
Te secure edertim.
You see? A good start.
I got trained for that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Mr. President, Excellencies and dear colleagues, I will now present what PAM has done over the last years on counterterrorism, and also what in PAM with our member parliamentarians, delegates, but mostly with our partners, how we saw to continue to build on the excellent work of OSCE and the colleagues from the United Nations, UNOCT, CITED, UNODC, thanks also to the generosity and support of the Shura Council of Qatar, which is also a member of PAM, and they have a vice presidency in our assembly, how we can build on it to consolidate further the work of the mechanism, and how to make it a valid tool for the work that you do at regional level and through you go to the national parliaments and to the colleagues you represent. I have a pleasure, I have the privilege, if you wish, to know the mechanism very well. I drafted it. I'm the one who wrote it on the basis of my experience as, in my previous life, Secretary of the United Nations Interagency Standing Committee. So it is based on a system in the UN, but applied outside to parliamentary assemblies. What I wanted to say is that the mechanism is not a body of the United Nations. UNOCT is an agency, part of the Secretariat of the United Nations. So we have the flexibility to arrange a number of things as mechanism, as members, in order to discuss of those very relevant items which will make a difference in the work of the assemblies and the countries which are behind you. Let me say that PAM, which was created in 2025, started dealing with the terrorism from the very onset because of the problem in the Mediterranean. And as I said, we work very, very close with the UN, European Union, and many institutions, national law enforcement, even with the intelligence, the security services of not only our country, also our neighbor. And as it is mentioned before, one of the points of our emphasis, in addition to the prevention, the mitigation, was also the victim. In the end, what happened to the victim, their families, and how parliaments, as representative of the people, can help their victim and prevent it. Said so, in 2008, and it was a big surprise, PAM was the first international organization to agree on a working definition of terrorism, together with the United Nations. And because we were the first, our work was also referred to and utilized in New York with the relevant bodies of the United Nations. I will read it for the benefit of the interpreter. Terrorism can be defined as violence or threat of violence induced by political, ideological, religious, or ethnic motives. Terrorist actions are carried out or designed to achieve maximum publicity and to produce effect beyond the immediate damage to people, property, and the environment. The methods used are extreme, destruction is ruthless, and the behavior is not constrained by the rule of war. The nature of violence is such as to provoke fear and intimidation. This was in 2008. Now I show you a timeline, how in the last 10 years we evolved in PAM ourselves on the number of issues. The first agreement between us and the UN Security Council Counterterrorism Directorate go back to 2015, and it was on the issue of foreign terrorist fighters, because in our region, as you can imagine, was very, very high on the agenda, and we held a lot of meetings. And imagine that we also had a relation with the countries, the government, in order to advocate for something. And especially, I remember, one key point was the family of the foreign terrorist fighter detained in northern Syria, where we accounted for some 40,000 children without documents. What happened with that children if the international community doesn't take care of them? Are we growing a new generation of terrorists? That is the issue. And that's why we were very strong with the Security Council, also because each one of our countries had a different attitude. Said so, in 2016, you see 17, 19, we had a number of meetings. One was, as it was mentioned today, what is the responsibility, not the role, the responsibility of a religious leader in countering terrorism, radicalization, and violent extremism. And we did this with the key exponent, the School of Ulama in Morocco, Professor Gomma in Egypt, the Minister of Religious Affairs, the Hidayah Institute in the Emirates, the Vatican, the Orthodox, the representative of the Jewish religion in Italy. We had a number of meetings really to go depth what is their obligation to do to reduce the threat for our country. In 2017, it was the first time that we were invited to the meeting of intelligence services dealing with the counterterrorism. This was in St. Petersburg, hosted by the FSB, which again was for us one step forward to see how law enforcement cooperate at international level to deal with, from a practical point of view, for counterterrorism. In 2019, we had a lot of work on the cybercrime. It was becoming clear that we had a trend going in that direction, and together with the Council of Europe, we published a report on counterterrorism and the new technologies. So already, in 2019, we were working on that field. Now, in 2020, and I will go very fast, you can see how we were looking, how the terrorists were exploiting COVID, the coronavirus. How is the post-territorial approach of ISIL terrorism when they did not control territory anymore, and they were moving from the Middle East to sub-Saharan Africa, to the empty area of Libya, if you remember. So, again, we had a number of meetings, joined also with the colleague of OECPA and the United Nations on that. In 2022, and here I want to thank Honorable Gennaro Migliore, who was our president at that time, a big meeting, the future of fight against transnational organized crime, the future, the revision of the Palermo Convention. And the issue of the link, terrorism, organized crime, was very, very strong on that. Coming back to this year, and you have heard already these two reports, which have been published with a very extensive system of sharing information, double-checking the data, so that, and these are live documents. What is written here will need to be updated after tomorrow, because you said AI is very fast. Emerging technology do not wait. So we have to run after them to make sure that the information is shared. As also was mentioned, by our colleague from UNCT. At the request of Council of Europe, we look at a very important thing of human security. What happens when the terrorists will attack our food chain, our food production, where our food is contaminated, and we will have a major crisis in food supply. So the prevention from that point of view, but also looking at nuclear, radiological, bacteriological threat from terrorists on our systems. For 2024, you already heard this one, this information about the new report which we are preparing, the use of spyware and the legislative regulation. And the other one is the resilience of democratic system to the misuse of artificial intelligence and new technologies. And I have to thank all the institutions, including your assemblies and many of the member parliament who replied to our questionnaire, and we could build a picture of where the countries are today. To address these challenges, we work with many international partners. Working in isolation would be stupid. You don't learn from the other one. You would repeat what others have already done. So just to give you an idea, we have the UN, the G7, the Global Research Network of the UN Security Council, OSCE, NATO, EU, Council of Europe, the League of Arab States, Africa Union, the GCC, the World Bank, and the financial institutions. The financial institutions are very important, as our distinguished delegate from France was mentioning, how to track the money, how to block the flow of finance to terrorist organizations. And that's where the track of the Italian judges who were mentioned before, earlier today, who lost their life. They were killed by the mafia because they found a very practical tool to block their activities by tracking the money. Follow the money, you find who is behind it. Now, let me say a few words on our strategic proposal for the future of the mechanism. A lot has been said today. And this is already something that, sharing with the Secretariat, speaking with the colleague, had come out. So, in order to make a catalog, a register of the focus of where the mechanism should look at, but the issues are many, 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 we should continue the consolidation of our calendar, to see what the private sector is doing, because also they have a key role to play in the application of the technologies. And also, if you wish to have a symbiotic, almost positive parasite approach, when we know that one of the assemblies is organizing a meeting, let's have the mechanism, the Secretariat, the chairmanship be there, listen, update the colleagues of what is being done on this side, and bring the message back. That is something very positive. For instance, again, the French colleague yesterday was mentioning who knows exactly what is a blockchain. We can say the same. Who exactly knows what is artificial intelligence? So, the idea is to have a series of thematic seminars, focus maybe on one or two topics only, not to repeat all the issues that could be even organized online, so that we have one or two top experts speaking from the technical point of view, and then a number of interventions from the parliamentarians say, in my country, this is the situation. But at least at the end of that seminar, this group will have a similar understanding of that specific topic, which brings me also to another point. As much as possible, in participating in this meeting, we should ensure the continuity. Have a group of reference of parliamentarians within your assemblies, otherwise every time we start from zero. instead of building up the knowledge and adding one brick to the other one. This is really an approach to build up and to raise the level. Otherwise, you will be sure that we start from zero every time. I mentioned we are organizing a seminar on artificial intelligence for our parliamentarians. You know, start from zero. All of you will be invited with just a connection with the Zoom. There is no cost, and we work in English, French, and Arabic. In the spring, we will have a meeting of the PAM Women Parliamentary Forum in the Emirates. Again, let's use that opportunity to do that. And then maybe, and I don't know the answer, David, if there is a register of all the documents already produced by the mechanism, so can be online, can be easily accessed, and everyone can post the reports from their assemblies, as we did now with artificial intelligence. We create a kind of reference library for what has been done. So I was speaking of thematic seminars, capacity building. This is really an investment on all of us to know more about what we are talking about. We have been speaking about finance, youth, the evaluation tool, the religion, crime versus terrorism, bioterrorism, radicalization, recruitment. So we can choose a series of priorities and have a number of thematic meetings only on that topic. So at least we have a group which knows what we are talking about, we understand each other. Another thing which is important after the starting of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the political situation has changed. It's not so easy for a number of MP to travel from one country to the other one. So in order to not become an obstacle to this gathering, the rule of the country hosting the meeting are respected in terms of visa. The other one participate by Zoom, and we can contribute to the event. But we do not stop, and we do not delay our activities. This is a fact, so we have to continue trying to find easy solution to this problem. David, Mr. President, spoke about the criteria for accession of a new member. It is important to consolidate the present group, bring it to a level of common understanding, and then to see for those organizations which might be interested, what is their level of knowledge? Do they have counterterrorism in their mandate? Have they already carried out activities within their assembly about counterterrorism? This group has a very specific focus. So that's, I think, is important to consolidate the group and look, of course, who has the interest, etc., will be most welcome after the member have looked at the application of this organization. Now, for the future of the mechanism, it is important to invest in the countries of the Sahel. The colleagues from the African Parliament have been very clear, but I must say, also for our assembly, the Sahel is our southern border. It's extremely important what happened there, to engage them, to support them in their role in the fight against terrorism. Gutierrez, in a report, said today the Sahel is the cradle of terrorism. We have to look, be ready to intervene there. We can intervene with the legislative system by supporting the colleagues from those regions in be better prepared and to see what is happening. Another idea is to have, in a year's time, 2026, an evaluation, a professional evaluation of the mechanism, on the effectiveness of the mechanism, so to learn, to have a kind of reference and see how, in a structured way, this can be brought to the next level. we were also thinking if could it be useful to have meetings on two tracks. The political dialogue, extremely important, and then for the functioning, for the parliamentarians, for the head of the assemblies, for our rapporteur on terrorism, and another one for the Secretary General, the Secretariat of the Assembly, so that we can go fast also on the agenda, the calendar, who can host what, when, and so on. So we have done it in other mechanisms, and it works very, very well. David preceded me on the issue of a communication strategy. That is fundamental. How do we get the mechanism known, appreciated, and become a reference in the international parliamentary community? So we have to look at something, if we want to have a dedicated, simple web page where the document can be found, the meeting can be found, maybe after the meeting takes place for security reasons, but it's important to communicate. Then last thing, and I say it as United Nations now, we have to work together with the colleagues from the Shura Council of Qatar and all of you to secure that the Secretariat has sufficient resources for long-term planning, not a year to the other one, and sufficient funding for the activities of the policy dialogue and the Secretariat coordination mechanism. These are our ideas, and I wish to thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David.
Yes, I would like to thank you, Ambassador Sergio Piazzi, for your open-hearted remarks about the plans. And just, I would like to keep the floor open for interventions with reference to the, the terms of references of coordination mechanism or any points of improvement or development of the coordination mechanism for our distinguished guests. If you have got any comment or intervention, please, the floor is yours. Yes, Madame Goulet.
Oui, excusez-moi, est-ce qu'à un moment ou à un autre dans la création...
Is there a moment in the recent creation of this mechanism, have you thought of involving the civil society? Because there are also foundations, such as Bill Gates Foundation, that have more money than states. Do you exclude this, or are you discussing about this just as an idea? Because we talked about money, they're not going to have a special Bitcoin for us. So there are many foundations with a lot of resources, and of course they have boards of directors that can carry out control. So that's a suggestion.
Yes, I think we are collecting the questions and comments. Then finally, in all, David is going to answer. Anybody else from the distinguished guests, participants? No, not yet. Yes, David, floor is yours then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin. Yeah, well, no, please.
شكرا. أنا فقط أردت تدخل لأنه استمعت
I would like just to say something about the projects and the initiatives. I think that if we can implement 80% of this project, our role will become so important in the future.
Any other comment or intervention? Yes, please. Suleiman.
بداية شاكرا لكم هذا البرنامج الثري. أنا أريد أن أسأل سؤال.
Well, I would like to address you a question. So we have talked about the regulatory framework. Is it possible for the coordination mechanism to have a database? Is it possible to have a database of all the different laws in the different countries in order to compare these laws and rules in order to have a unitary regulatory framework?
Intervention from the audience? As far as I see, there is none. So the floor is yours, David, this time.
Thank you very much again, Honorable. I think just referring to the two questions, the first one of Honorable Goulet, we have already engaged with civil society in many of the activities. Directly with them as a civil society platform that we already, I think it was 2022, we started working directly with them. And we also invite them to also enrich some of the discussions of the mechanisms. So there are basically two approaches we have. One of them is to invite them as experts, because we think that it is very important to get all the information from the work that they are doing. And the other one is also to work cross-cutting with them in order to facilitate dialogues. For example, for the Women Conference, we count on the participation, very active participation of different entities from the civil society. Now, in terms of funding, we still need to look at that, because it could be, but we need to follow up the due diligence process within the United Nations. So of course it's possible, but not everything is possible. So, but of course, we used to look, and this is in the UN in any case, we used to look at all possibilities for enhancing the needed funding that we need to carry out the work that it seems to be very ambitious, and I completely agree that if we do the 80% of that, we are going to be in the moon, basically, but that's good. And then regarding the second comment on the repository of laws and treaties, there is already an existing one. It is with UNODC. It is the Sherlock, it's called Sherlock platform, and there you have all the treaties, all the resolutions. You have, I could not say all the laws, but you have most of the laws, because UNODC is collecting constantly from the countries the updated laws, and is including that in the repository, and the access is absolutely public for everybody. And we also have in that Sherlock platform also the judgment of international criminal courts, the European Court of Human Rights, etc. So everything is there. What we can do, I think at the beginning of the coordination mechanism, when we launched also the Global Parliamentary Network, we shared that, but maybe Murat can take note of that, and we can share again the link to the Sherlock platform. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Now let us now move on to the vote on the next chair of the coordination mechanism. If there is no disagreement, we would like to congratulate the new president of this coordination mechanism. I say no. So with acclamation, we can easily, I think, proclaim and announce Ambassador Sergio Patli as the new president of the mechanism. As I see consensual support around Pam's nomination, I would like to congratulate the newly elected chair of the coordination mechanism. But at the same time, as the new presidency is going to be run jointly by Madam Honorable, Superman, and if you let me, I would like to invite her to the podium as well to join him, because they are going to work together. Yes, Madam. Ask them whether they would like to say some words or not.
Yeah. Maybe this can be already starting of the closing.
Yes. Yes. Yes, just before announcing the end of the session, but I would like to give the floor to our new presidents, two of them they would like to say something at least.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Actually, it hasn't left much for me to say because he said everything. But
it was prepared jointly, I think.
My part was technical, the 80%.
Yes. The 80%. Okay, I would just like to say, dear colleagues, it was a pleasure for me to address you today in the course of the meeting. And it is an honor for me to assume the presidency of the policy dialogue dimension of this important program. For Pam and me personally, it is a great privilege, and I wish to thank you for your trust. We are committed to working together and achieve a comparable level of knowledge and awareness about the many threats and challenges we all face in dealing with terrorism, radicalization, and violent extremism, as well as the connection of this phenomena with organized crime. My personal experience is at your disposal, and I wish to learn from you, and at the same time, we need to share the lessons we learned in our countries, the best practices, as well as to be prepared together to prevent the risks again arising from new threats, including artificial intelligence. This is a new part of our horizon. Nevertheless, a terrorist attack can also be committed by a single person who does not use a computer, does not take part in social media, but has decided to strike the community where they live. Yesterday, we spoke also about bioterrorism and agroterrorism, and as you all know, food security is a key element of the stability of our countries. You have just heard from my colleague, the Secretary General of PAM, who himself drafted the mechanism of our program and has an extensive experience in dealing with international cooperation, fight to terrorism, and functioning of coordination platforms. I hope that in cooperation with the colleagues of UNOCT and of the Shura Council of Qatar, we will be able to build a very solid calendar of specific activities, calendar of which we share the ownership and of which we decide the agenda without any external interferences in our important work. Many thanks for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, President Superman. You know, so we are expecting some super practices from both of them. But I think apparently, when I look at the division of labor, there is a kind of gender inequality, 80%, 20%. Ambassador, this should be corrected, I think, 50-50. And what we are going to say about this?
No. We, you know, as a secretariat, we make the groundwork, but then the responsibility is on the parliamentarian.
You see, as usual.
As usual. And that's why Honorable Sebuta was saying, this is only an indication. It will be based also on what the Secretariat will receive from the Assembly on the focus. We set a list of priorities, and we go one by one, and after PAM, somebody will inherit it and will continue, because this is work in progress. The terrorists don't stop at one thing. We have to be attentive, monitor, share the information, and make sure through your work that our law enforcement agency have the best possible support to protect our people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And we wish them good luck for the rest of their, I think, activities. And now we are having a very short break. But as far as I know, I got the news from the outside. There is no refreshment service. Please don't leave the hall. Just we have got a very small, tiny thing to fulfill. And after 5 minutes, we are going to start the closing sessions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may, just one thing. Well, I would like also to welcome the new presidency. Maybe we can have a picture with the outcoming and incoming presidency, please. Honorable Lopatka, if you are so kind, please also to come here. And we are going just now also, after the it's going to be the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with the African Parliamentary Union, and our Undersecretary General is going to connect online to also greet you as part of the coordination mechanism, and then proceed in 5 minutes only with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with the African Parliamentary Union, and then we close. But maybe we can, Honorable Lopatke, if you are so kind, we can do a picture of the presidencies. Thank you.
more than 1 hour. Sorry.
Dear colleagues, can you hear me?
Good morning, dear Undersecretary General Vladimir Voronkov. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Can you also see us?
Yes, I can see all of you sitting at the table.
Fantastic. Undersecretary General, we are now at the end of the session of the coordination mechanism of parliamentary assemblies. So we have here all the participating parliamentary assemblies, and we are breaking exactly for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with the African Parliamentary Union, who are exactly sitting next to me. So I give the floor to you, USG, so that you can address all the parliamentary assemblies, and also we can proceed with the signing of the MOU.
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, excellencies, and dear honorable representatives of parliamentary assemblies. It's a great honor to address you today. I begin by thanking the Italian Parliament for graciously hosting this important event. Italy's exemplary leadership in counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism serves as a model, and your experience is invaluable for all member states. Excellencies, I extend my sincere thanks for your active participation in the coordination mechanism and for your steadfast support of our Program Office on parliamentary engagement in preventing and countering terrorism. I am confident we can achieve meaningful results and contribute to a peaceful and prosperous future free from the scourge of terrorism. I would also like to acknowledge the remarkable contributions of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly during its tenure as the inaugural presidency of the coordination mechanism. Your pioneering efforts have laid a strong foundation for this initiative and exemplify the importance of parliamentary diplomacy in addressing global challenges. Furthermore, I extend my warm congratulations to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean on its election to the presidency, and to His Excellency, my good friend Ambassador Sergio Piazzi, on his election as a chair. I wish you great success in this vital role, dear Sergio. Please be assured of the full support of UNOST Program Office on parliamentary engagement in its secretariat role. Lastly, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the distinguished experts from the OSCE UNODC seated at UNICRI, the Institute for Economics and Peace, Mythos Labs, and the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Your valuable insights and expertise enrich our collective efforts, ensuring they are both effective and impactful. Thank you for your dedication and commitment. I look forward to fruitful discussions and continued collaboration. And now, brief remarks addressed to the African Parliamentary Union. First of all, allow me to express my heartfelt appreciation to the African Parliamentary Unions for active participation in the coordination mechanism. It is worth highlighting that APU was among the first parliamentary assemblies to join the mechanism upon its establishment in December 2021. I also wish to extend my gratitude for facilitating the participation of the IPU delegation at the Global Conference of women parliamentarians held in Doha, the state of Qatar, this past June. The delegation, comprising 20 women parliamentarians from Algeria, Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Ghana, Egypt, Nigeria, and Zambia, was the largest represented at the event. This strong presence reflects IPU commitment to promoting gender inclusivity and empowering women in the fight against terrorism and extremism. Against this backdrop, today's signing of the Memorandum of Understanding formalizes an essential partnership between UNOCT and IPU. I stop here, preparing my plan for signing this memorandum.
Well, Mr. Vladimir, Under Secretary General of the National Assembly of the United Nations Bureau Against Terrorism. Distinguished participants, it was a great pleasure to have the honor to present the Parliamentary Assembly of the African Union in the signing of this memorandum of understanding to combat terrorism. Please allow me to thank all those who have contributed to working out this initiative and for the good organization of the ceremony. And I would like also to warmly thank Mr. Vladimir Imakhanov and Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Office Against Terrorism, who is going to co-sign this memorandum between our two organizations. And I'm convinced that under this leadership, the cooperation between the Office of the United Nations and the Parliamentary Assembly of the African Union will benefit even more. Distinguished participants, this ceremony can be considered as a great achievement, but it's also a starting point. So the signing of this memorandum is going to strengthen a cooperation that is already there and which is also very rich between the Parliamentary Assembly of the African Union and the Office of the United Nations. And the African Parliamentary Union with 41 parliamentary assemblies of Africa approved its determination to fight against terrorism in all its forms, actively participating in all the meetings that this office has organized. And I would like here to congratulate the members of this office and also the state of Qatar for their wonderful work in view of the convergence and the sharing of best practices of our two organizations in the fight against terrorism. So the representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of the African Union, we have joined the coordination mechanism and we have participated in the different meetings organized. So our Parliamentary Assembly plays a role of coordinating the work of the fight against terrorism. And our union is honored by the presence of a delegation from the union in a meeting held in Zimbabwe on an important theme, the contribution of parliamentarians to the fight against terrorism. This is going to be the basis of what we are going to do in the future. And so we already have an existing and fruitful cooperation, but we want to strengthen it But we can also consider that the signing of this memorandum of understanding is just a starting point, and we have a long way to go of work to be done between our two organizations to fight against terrorism. So this cooperation is designed to eradicate this scourge that is making innocent populations suffer. And so we need democracy, good governance, and long-term development. And we are convinced that through international cooperation and through parliamentary diplomacy, we will be able to win in this challenge. So I would like to conclude my speech wishing that we're going to have a mutually advantageous cooperation in the fight against terrorism. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for your encouraging words. We are looking forward for development of our cooperation with African parliamentarians. So let's start signing our document.
Voilà, je commence à signer, Monsieur le Vice-président.
I start signing, Mr. Vice President. This is the signature.
Well, thank you very much. We need to have now an action plan to be prepared, and I would like to ask my colleagues to take care about this implementation part of our work as well. So thank you again for this opportunity, and looking forward to see, dear colleagues, you in New York.
Thank you very much, USG.
Yes, dear colleagues, esteemed participants, I would like to start with my thanks for your patience towards the end of this gracious, beneficial two-day activities. And when we try to close the session in this particular closing remarks session, I would like to invite a virtual connection, Honorable Giulio Centemero. If, Honorable Centemero, if you can hear me, please,
of course.
I would like to give the floor
Loud
to
and
you.
Clear.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Nice to see you too.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I was there yesterday. Unfortunately, I had to come to Milan for institutional appointments. And Mr. Piazzi and Ms. Superman already represented very well PAM, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. And on the behalf of PAM, I would like to thank the esteemed audience and all delegates for engaging in these insightful discussions on such a critical issue. And allow me also to express gratitude to the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, the Shura Council of Qatar, the OSCE PA, the Italian Parliament, my parliament, and my friend head of the delegation, Eugenio Zoffili, for having convened and hosted this exchange on challenges that profoundly impact global security and stability and represent immediate threats, in the case of PAM, for countries in the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf, also taking into consideration what we are now witnessing in those regions. The terrorist threat from religious and criminal radicalization is rapidly evolving and requires an equally agile and adaptable response. Peace, dialogue, respect, mutual understanding, and cooperation are among the democratic values that represent the work of PAM. Terrorism is the opposite of these ideas. It is a plague that affects all humanity, people of all ages, cultures, religions, and nationalities, and fuels war, resentment, hate, discrimination, disdain, suspicion, and often the diasporas of people forced to leave their ancestral lands. Two are the pillars that shall guide our efforts to fight against terrorism and transnational organized crime. One, sustainable and inclusive development, because terrorism and criminality find home in isolation, inequalities, fragility, and poverty. Two, the respect of human rights. The fight against terrorism must never be used as an excuse to trample on human rights. We must firmly anchor all counter-terrorism policies and initiatives in the human rights arena, and fight against terrorism must be surgical without causing innocent victims and trampling on human rights. It is such a great honor for PAM to assume the presidency and chairmanship of the coordination mechanism, and Rita Superman will be perfect for this role, as well as the responsibilities related to these important functions. These functions represent not just an acknowledgement of PAM's dedication to counter-terrorism efforts, but also a shared aspiration for further parliamentary contribution to global security, especially when Parliament can ensure continuity of exchanges and cooperation in case relations among states and governments are suspended at the governmental level. PAM's upcoming 19th plenary session will be held on the 20th and 21st February 2025. here in Italy at the Italian Parliament. And the fight against terrorism and organized crime will be at the center of the discussions of our Committee on Policy and Security. So please, Rita, be ready to have a central role in the next plenary. So thank you to all, and I wish a good conclusion of the works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Giulio Centemero. And I would like to thank you for your wonderful organization and hospitality as you have hosted us in your beautiful parliament. And I also would like to congratulate you on your new presidency as PAM, because you are heading the delegation of Italian delegation to PAM. And congratulations. I would like to join your congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Now, I would like to give the floor to my honorable friend, Emanuele Loperfido. He is the deputy chair of CPA and CCT, the group of CCT, and he has produced a very wonderful, very beneficial work on AI. So I would like to, just in front of you, I would like to thank him as well for his contribution to our society. Thank you. And the floor is yours, sir.
The last words is. Thank you, my dear President. Thank you for your efforts. It has been 2 days very tough for you, but you led it really well, and now we arrived
to resign tomorrow, I think.
And but now we are at the end of the conclusion of this important event, and so I'm really glad that we spent together those 2 days. We have been hours and hours here, sharing our ideas, our work. That is the most important thing that we could have done together once we met. So it has been an honor for us to host you in the Camera dei Deputati, the Italian Parliament. I hope that you enjoy and you appreciated what is the meaning of being here, being in the eternal city, being in the house of the Italian parliamentarians. I wish to express my gratitude to everyone that contributed to the organization of this meeting. I'm sure that everybody of us is definitely satisfied about this cooperation. In my capacity as a Vice President of the CCT, I would like also to thank all the participants for the diligent and productive work carried out. In these 2 days, the commitment of everybody of you is something that is vital for advancing our objective and the target of the common job. I would like to thank David for his important job of those 2 days, but the important job during the whole year. Him and his partners in his staff. I would like to thank all the experts that made the intervention, their contribution here. I would like to thank Mr. Marco Bonabello and his staff from OCPA. It has been a very important job supporting the delegation. I would like to thank the Shura Council of Qatar that gave a great contribution. I would like to thank, let me do it, the Italian international offices. There is, now I see, there is Mrs. Valeria Gallardini, there is Mrs. Pia Califano, Stefania Pirozzi, and all that contributed to the hard job that you have seen in front of you. So, really thanks to everybody of you, because it is a tough job. We are in Rome, and there is a song of Morciba saying that Rome was not built in a day. I think it has something to do with what we are doing here to making counter-terrorism, to facing counter-terrorism and the use of artificial intelligence for terrorism purposes. It is not easy, but thanks to the job that we did in those 2 days, thanks to the experts that gave a lot of support to our parliamentarian job, thanks to a mechanism that has to coordinate the job of everybody of us, we have to be confident. We have to be confident. If not, we resign to our duty, to our job. Since also yesterday, when we visited the library, we saw what the human mind can do against all odds. It is an odds. It is a threat. What we are facing today is, but thanks to the human mind, thanks to our continuous effort, thanks to the job between parliamentarians, thanks to the job between members, between parliaments, thanks to the international organization, I think that against this international problem, we have to fight as one to find a trustworthy legislation and face this global threat. And this is the reason why people from all over the world came here in Rome, and from Rome we have to give a message of hope for a hard job of coordinating our parliaments to have a modern legislation that is able to discipline and contrast all the misuse of artificial intelligence and new technologies for terrorism purposes. Thank you again, and have a safe trip back home. And for the ones that will stay in Rome, continue to enjoy Rome.
And now, I would like to give the floor to David. I think, yes, he is one of the not burden sharer, burden bearer, as I consider him. Now, the last words from him. Yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Aydin. I will be very brief because I know that we are already like 30 minutes beyond the agenda. And I have also, my team has prepared a lot of bullet points on the outcomes of the discussion, which I'm not going to follow. So I'm just going to be very brief because we will share with you all those documents. But I just want to say a couple of words. The first one is that I really feel amazed, if I may say like that, by the level of discussion, the inspiration that we have been enjoying during these 2 days. I think doing this kind of dialogues in a city like Rome, in the Italian Parliament, but especially also in this fantastic Mappamondo venue, I think it has also contributed to all the relevant interventions that you all have contributed with to the discussion. In those interventions and presentation, we have taken very well note of all what has been said. We understand, of course, that we are at a very important moment to enhance the cross-cutting collaboration. We have, it has been absolutely clear, common interest in specific topics, and we will also, from our part, facilitate this cross-cutting work. We also understood that we have to enhance the level of the work, at least in 3 different aspects. One of them is we need to enhance even more the mechanism. We have received a very interesting proposal from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean on how to enhance the mechanism, but also your contributions to that, based on all the work that has been done previously with the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE that has brought the mechanism to a moment in which we can really say that it is consolidated and it is solid, and we are now ready to go one step further. And we also have to enhance the work bilaterally from us as UNOCT with you, but also among the parliamentary assemblies. We also understood that we have to go further we need to go also together with you to the sub-regional and to the national levels. We are ready, we are willing. We know that there is a lot of needs, so we will be very happy to do that. And we also understood finally that we have been having very interesting discussions that allow us now also to go further and to prepare modules for capacity building and put them at your disposal. Next steps, very quick, from our side, so that you know, we are going, as usual, to share with you the outcome document, which is one of the documents that we can put in this repository, as we always do the same after each of the initiatives that we carry out. We will share with you the calendar of activities with all the information already managed and the proposal for the term of references, and we also will share with you the relevant information that we have received from the expert that may be interesting also for you. So having said that, I would just like to conclude with my deep appreciation to the Italian Parliament. Really, it has been an honor and privilege to do this event here. Thank you very much to the Italian delegation of the OSCE PA for facilitating this venue. I would like to express my deep and sincere appreciation to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly for the presidency during these 2 years. I would like to especially thank Honorable Reinhold Lopatka. It has been 2 years of an excellent collaboration from the point of view of not only professional, but human. I would like to highlight that I personally have learned a lot, but I have received a lot of values from the joint work with Honorable Reinhold Lopatka. I would like also to express my sincere thanks to Honorable Camille Aydin for these last months of the presidency. Since Istanbul has been a really great honor for me to work together with you, and to Emanuele Loperfido also. Special thanks to you and to the Parliamentary Assembly for all the support that we have been receiving these 2 years. It has been, I think, for us an excellent experience for all of us, because we have now, and this is the legacy, we have now a coordination mechanism which is, I think, something that is contributing as adding value to the joint work that we are all doing on this specific topic of countering terrorism and prevention violent extremism. I would like to express special thanks to Marco Bonabello and to his team. I can tell you it has been really, Marco, I think he has suffered us a lot from all the requests, not only for the coordination mechanism, but all the initiative. He has been extremely helpful, he and his team, to provide us with all the support for all the events and initiatives that we have been carrying out. The good news is that for the coordination mechanism will not continue, but for the rest of the activities we will continue calling Marco to support us. And I would like also to welcome, of course, the new presidency, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. We are really honored to have you as the new presidency of the mechanism. We are really looking forward to the implementation of all the recommendations that you have shared with us. I think this will bring the coordination mechanism and the work to another level, which is very much, I think we are now ready at this moment to go that way. And we really look forward to start the work with you. I would also, of course, like to thank all the parliamentary assemblies that have been participating both here in person, but also connecting with us online, for your fantastic, incredible, and very important and relevant intervention, for sharing your experiences and your good practices. This is something that we learn from, I think, cross-cutting learning for all of us. And of course, special thanks also to our experts. I think we had a very high level contribution of knowledge during these 2 days from our dear experts. My thanks to the Shura Council, which is the one making sure and allowing us to conduct this kind of initiative. And finally, I would like to thank my team for all the work that they have done. And I conclude with this, even a personal thank to the interpreters, because I know that among all of us, I think I have been the biggest challenge for them. Thank you very much for your kind support during all these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a very safe and healthy travel back home. Thank you. Have a very good night. Bye-bye for now.
We have dinner tonight?
Dinner here, or we are going to be taken?
Sorry? The dinner? Yeah, we are having dinner at 6 o'clock. It's very close to this place. We can walk together. It's 200 meters far away from here. So we can now just...
Provided by the new president of the UNOC.
Yes. Okay, it's translated.
معنا صورة لوحدي هكا كبيرة. بس